The President. Good morning. Let's continue. This is the second reading debate. Mr. Michael Tian. In 2019, we were faced with an unprecedented political storm, and there was a crisis. Hong Kong's economic development was ground to a halt. People's livelihood were seriously affected. The district councils at that time was in the eye of the storm. After the 2019 DC election, there was an anti-government force taking most of the seats in the 18 district councils. They voiced their political demand, and they used the DCs to put pressure on the government to yield to their demands. So the DCs at that time deviated from their role as a consultative body. It was difficult for DCs to operate. Government officials could not effectively communicate or cooperated with district councillors. Since the proposal was announced on the 2nd of May, we've been to various sharing sessions. We set up street booths to listen to views. We've heard different views from different levels. Those who opposed to the proposal used the same justification that there was a regression in democracy. Well, you couldn't talk to them about Articles 97 and 98 in the street level. You can only use as everyday life examples. Well, the directly elected seats has been greatly reduced from over 90% to 20%. Yes, there is a reduction in democratic elements, but those are not the objectives of district governance. The objective of district governance is to bring happiness to people's lives. If you have a reasonable mind, you would not want to live in a place where there is a high degree of democratic elements, where your livelihood issues are not resolved. On top of that, well, constituencies are very small. Each one covers about less than 20,000 residents. Of course, the district councillors would put priority on local residents over the interest of the district. Say, for example, for a bus stop, even it's out of the way, they would still want the bus to take a detour to reach that stop. So no matter what the development interest is, if district councillors think that the proposal runs counter to the interest of the constituency, then they would not say that they support the government's proposal, even though in the end the proposal will benefit the district. That is something inevitable, because if you don't do it, your rivalry will. And because of the imperfect system, there is this distorted phenomenon. Everyone has a silo mentality. They only care about their own constituency. Now, under the proposal, the size of constituencies have been enlarged. District councillors will have a more macro view. The proposal deserves our support. Some people are worried and opposed to the proposal of asking district officers to be chairpersons. DOs are parachuted into the district. They do not know about the district. But compared to elected chairmen, DOs know about what's going on in that district, because they receive on a daily basis views from different areas, and they also act as a coordinator to balance out the different interests of different areas. They are government officials. They don't represent any particular area. There is no conflict of interest. So district development will be maximized. Ms. Mack has been a district councillor for decades. She knows very well about the role played by elected members. Of course, if the proposal coming from her carries some authority. In the future, district councillors will come from different expertise and background, and I'm sure that the views collected will be more specific and diverse, so the government will know better about how the districts feel. And I agree with the Secretary, Mr. Zhang, that we need to tackle the problem at its roots and to introduce structural reform. And we want to make sure that patriots will be administering Hong Kong, and under the new proposal, district councillors will be patriots, and they are of different caliber, they have different expertise, and they will participate in district work for the benefit of residents. This is in line with the spirit of President Xi. And they will work to resolve livelihood issues, and they work together to attain stability and respond to people's priorities.
Mr. Kenneth Fok. Thank you, President. I speak in support of the District Council's Amendment Bill 2023. Yesterday, numerous members have talked about the impact on livelihood caused by the dysfunctioning district councils. Now, my constituency was also significantly impacted. Anti-China destabilizing elements have vetoed funding proposals to support the arts and cultural industries. Now, without funding, many organizations had to close. Now, I was told by the representatives of some sports associations that they had no money to pay the coaches, and they were the victims of the chaos. Now, to end this nightmare, we need this amendments bill. It is a much needed reform. Now, if you look at the proposals, they are in line with the three principles proposed by the government. Under the One Country, Two Systems principle and patriots administering Hong Kong, we will have the DC Eligibility Review Committee, which will vet the candidates comprehensively. It will deny unscrupulous elements any chance to enter the DCs, and also there will be a performance monitoring system to sanction misbehaving DC members. This will ensure that DC members will behave and ensure the success of One Country, Two Systems. Now, with the 442 ratio of members, we can allow more patriots from a wide range of expertise to join the DCs. It would diversify the capabilities of DCs, and also geographical constituencies will be merged into 44 larger constituencies. DC members can collaborate across their boundary. This will depoliticize DCs and help it return to its original function and represent a larger group of residents. Now, the bill also specifies that district officers will be the chairman of DCs. Also, district governance structure has been improved, including the establishment of the steering group for district governance and task force on district governance. From a high-level perspective, district affairs will be better coordinated to align with the government's direction. I look forward to the two groups giving more support to cross-district arts and sports activities, and also better resources allocation for community involvement programs. I hope applicants will get better support to unite residents in the districts. Now, we cannot afford to descend into chaos again. I support the bill, which will ensure that the new DCs fulfill with the functions enshrined in the basic law and manifest the executive-led principle of governance. Thank you. Dr. So Chang-Wing. President, 2/3 of the 6-term DC members have resigned, crippling the functions of DC. Now, the DCs survived in name only. This is a reform long overdue. The DC Amendment Bill 2023 shows the government righting wrongs with a pragmatic mindset. The relevant reforms of DCs is a key step of the comprehensive reform to enhance the governance in Hong Kong. After the reform, under the principle of patriots administering Hong Kong, the reformed DC will become part of the revamped governance structure, and it is a meaningful reform. Now, whether DCs can play a more positive role in Hong Kong's development, it is important to define the functions of DCs accurately. DCs are supposed to be district organizations which are of an advisory function. However, because of the direct election elements in DC elections, different political parties use it as a platform to canvass support for their political agenda. Unscrupulous elements with ulterior motives politicize DCs. Now, in the 2019 Anti-Extradition Amendments Bill saga, we saw a highly politicized outcome of the DC election. Now, the proposed reforms focus on revamping the election of DCs and clarifying the statutory functions of DCs. And also, the government will give full support to DOs in revamping the ecosystem and order of DCs so that DCs will become staunch support for government's governance rather than a place where anti-China destabilizing elements can gather and fester. It will not become a source of negativity anymore. The revamped DCs will help convey grassroots views to the government, helping the government to enhance its policies in support of the grassroots. It will also help the government tackle deep-rooted issues brought about by the wealth gap in Hong Kong. This will help enhance social justice in Hong Kong. Today's bill will bring DCs back on track in line with the functions prescribed in the Basic Law. It will depoliticize district councils. And also, I'm pleased to see that the bill has proposed positive amendments after drawing reference to experience. For example, in the past, each DC member would be serving 16,500 people. The focus is to narrow, and DC members were prone to exaggerate the aspirations and interests of their constituents. They tend to incite grievances of their constituents and brought about confrontation. Now, the bill will change that. DCs will become pillars at the district level for supporting the government's governance. DCs will convey the views of the public to the governments and the other way around as well. Now, with the existence of the improved DCs, stakeholders of society can exchange their views freely. Now, these are my aspirations and hopes for the new term district council. Now, district councils are the important vessels for canvassing grassroots views. I hope the government will stringently implement eligibility review while bringing in a wide variety of talents into DCs. Under the principle of broad representation and fair participation, we hope that more talents will be brought into district councils. These people have a mind to serve the public. They will act in the interests of the Hong Kong people, and they will become a constructive force in unifying society. And also, a mechanism will be put in place to sanction misbehaving DC members. Now, the government should establish the guidelines on DC members' behavior as soon as possible to make sure that DC members will not misbehave again. And also, the government should specify the roles and responsibilities of the free committees and community care teams as soon as possible to avoid overlapping of duties. Now, under the proposal, district officers will be the chairpersons of DC members. They have the power to allocate resources and monitor the performance of DC members. So the government should set performance indicators for district officers and DC members. District councils should not be used as an excuse for poor district governance. Now, district councils should give full play to its function as a bridge between the people and the government. They should listen to people's views and convey them to the government for policy formulation. District councils should refer complaints to the government honestly. Now, I shall submit I support the bill.
Ms. Elizabeth Kwok. President, I speak in support of the bill, the District Council's Amendment Bill 2023. This is a necessary move. We're working on the institutions to prevent the kind of chaos from 2019 from recurring. We're upholding patriots administering Hong Kong, uphold national security, and improving district governance. District councils are meant to be district advisory bodies. They're there to serve the people. 2014, we had the illegal Occupy Central movement. Then there was over-politicization of district councils. The 2019 district council elections were unfair, unjust elections. Blackout rioters smashed things up, engaged in vandalism, beat people up. Many of our offices were vandalized. There were offices that became the subject of arson for more than 10 times. Street booths came under attack. And we had to bring along fire extinguishers to street booths. Society was badly damaged, people panicked. We ended up with people who sought mutual destruction, who were openly anti-China. They got elected. The DCs were captured and hijacked by these people. These so-called DC members who were anti-China and anti-government verbally abused officials. They took government resources and selectively offered services, and they made people show their political stance, and DCs became platforms for advocating Hong Kong independence. There was a gaping loophole in the DC system. So a reform was necessary. So we have to amend the laws so that DCs return to their role under Article 97 of the Basic Law, that is, district advisory organizations that are not organs of political power. President, some argue we won't have directly elected seats for all the seats, and there are people casting doubt on the legitimacy of DCs. I disagree. I have been DC members for 2 terms. There were non-directly elected members, doctors, engineers, lawyers. They offered constructive and great advice to the government. When we have too many directly elected seats, you end up with an over-politicized district council. There was populism, and that leads to chaos. I believe this reform will help bring together bright minds so that we can have diverse DCs that will help boost district governance and raise the level of efficacy for district governance. Now, the anti-China disruptive forces are always biding their time. We cannot give them a chance to exploit. We cannot allow Hong Kong to fall into chaos. This is a hard-earned stability we're having. We need to cherish this. I hope that after this reform, the DCs can return to the role they're meant to do and help the government with district governance, and then we can achieve good governance and serve Hong Kong President at Seoul Summit. Professor William Wong. President, this bill seeks to reform district councils, improve district governance, and implement good governance. This bill will revamp the way the seats are returned. There will be directly elected seats, DCC seats, and appointed seats. There will also be a district council eligibility review committee. Now, some with ulterior motives smear this as democratic backsliding. The world over, there are different kinds of elections. Each place looks at its own history and has regard to its own needs, and then arrives at the election method that works for the place. This means taking a people-centric approach. Everything's for the people. The LegCo is here to monitor the government and the use of public funds. We need to make sure the money is spent on promoting economic development, serving people's needs, and also supporting our country's development. District councils, on the other hand, are meant to be district bodies that are not political in nature. District councils are there to be consulted by the government on district matters or provide district services. Now, we have had the improved electoral system, and then we've also implemented patriots administering Hong Kong. We no longer have infighting at the LegCo. We now focus on the economy to give people a better quality of life and ensure Hong Kong's long-term stability and prosperity. The upcoming tasks for the government is to improve district governance. There are all kinds of democratic models. For Hong Kong, we should take the path with Hong Kong characteristics. We have had this alliance in support of improving district governance. We received more than 1.65 million signatures over a number of days for the reform. With the passage of this bill, I hope the DCs can play a bigger role, serve the community, show care for the people, and help the government with policy execution. President, I also have some thoughts. First, we need to make good use of information technology to facilitate the election. Second, we need to get it right with the cybersecurity barriers. We should not let criminals disrupt the process. President, as Seoul Summit, I support this bill and the amendments.
Mr. Shanghai Long, thank you, President. District councils are a platform for citizens to voice their views, and they help to improve people's livelihood. In 2019, the anti-China destabilizing elements colluded with other forces trying to cause chaos. And It's a good job that the government introduced the proposal to reform the government and to enhance the role played by the district officer. Now we have the second reading of the bill. I can see that the general public have high hopes for this bill. I speak to support the bill and the CSAs moved by the officials. I do think that the proposal is good. District councils is a consultative body. It should be preserved, and we need to fully implement the principle of patriots administering Hong Kong and fully practice the executive-led governance and to depoliticize the district council. We need to ensure balanced participation to attract people of different expertise to improve district governance. With the new formation methods of district councils, we see an increase in number of seats of indirectly elected seats and appointed seats. That means they will have the same mentality as the government. The government policies will not meet with so much opposition. In the long run, the government can make long-term policies for its implementations to be carried out by district councils. The new composition will encourage cooperation amongst the district councils, and they can work together on youth, livelihood issues, and many other areas. Say for infrastructure, the overall planning, city planning, transportation initiatives can be rolled out as well. And Hong Kong can roll out innovation and technology policies to attract talents to come to Hong Kong. We see from successful examples all over the world that there are many different ways to have a democracy. The goal is to have good governance. We have appointed seats, we have indirectly elected seats. District councillors will come from different expertise, different realms, different fields. They can be entrepreneurs and academics. They will complement one another. There will be extensive discussion and a wider perspective. Suitable policies will be put in place. There will be better consultation on infrastructure, education, reform. Indirect elections will attract people who have influence of the district. We think that district policies will be better carried out. In 2022, through a by-election, I became a legislator. Without the improved election, without patriots administering Hong Kong, I would not have had the chance to become a legislator. And I thank the trust of the election committee, and I focused my time over the past half a year to work on various issues, on the proposal to improve district governance. And I see that there is more healthy interaction between the executive and the legislature. And I do believe that indirectly elected members will feel the pulse of the district, and they will work with directly elected district councillors for the good of the district. Public views should be fully taken into account. Well, I think there should be surveys conducted on the on polls of DC chairman and DC members. I would like to undertake that as a legislator, I will strengthen the liaison with district councils, and I would devote some of my time to work for grassroots. All in all, this proposal is an important part in the ensuring patriots administering Hong Kong. Well, there should be continuous improvement for the betterment of Hong Kong people's lives. I also submit to support the District Council's Amendment Bill 2023 and the amendments. Mr. Benson Look, thank you. I speak to support the District Council's Amendment Bill 2023 and the various amendments to be moved by the government. President Xi made an important speech on the 1st of July last year. He gave us 4 proposals and several hopes. And I do think that this proposal is a realization of that. On Articles 97 and 98 of the Basic Law, district organizations are not organs of political power. They are consultative bodies, and the method for the formation of DCs shall be prescribed by the law. We saw that for the 6th term of the district council, district councillors have done things that undermine national security. They've broken the law. They have committed dereliction of duty. They've forgotten about people's livelihood issues. Government officials said that they wanted to go to district councils to explain about their policies, but the requests were refused. A large number of district councillors refused to take the oath. They either resigned or they were disqualified because of an invalid oath taken. You can clearly see that this is not in line with the national interest and interest of the Hong Kong SAR or the interest of Hong Kong people. Under the proposal, we see improved district governance, and this is a structural reform and restore district councils' roles as set out in the Basic Law. This will improve district governance so that the DCs will better serve the districts. We see in the publicity, principal officials, the chief executive, secretaries of departments have been doing their best, and they have. And I myself and my colleagues in June have been working at street booths, and I'm sure that most of us are doing the same thing in June. A lot of citizens told us about district issues that should be taken up by district councils. We're told that there was drainage blockage or broken street lamps. They told us that the district councillors have disappeared. About 300 district councillors have either been disqualified or resigned, but now we have 164 out of 479 still in office. We do need to remedy the situation. Of course, district affairs should be taken up by patriots who love Hong Kong and love our country. Now, we have 3 guiding principles. First, to accord top priority to national security and to unswervingly abide by the one country, two systems principle, to fully implement the principle of patriots administering Hong Kong, and to fully practice executive-led governance. I'm sure that these 3 principles will do the job to put DCs back on the right track. The formation of DCs will ensure diversity in the caliber of district councils. We have appointed seats. We have district committee constituency seats. So apart from directly elected members, there will be people who are public spirited, who love Hong Kong and our country, to join the DC. This will enrich the diversity of district councils. When district councillors serve the community, they use their ward office is the front line of district councillors to reach out to residents. So of course, district councillors will have to open ward offices so that citizens will find one nearby to voice their opinion. We want district councillors who meet public expectations, who deliver, who are always present. I've been working on youth affairs for close to 2 decades. In this regard, I hope that when it comes to appointed members, there can be a percentage of youngsters, young professionals who love Hong Kong and love our country into the district council. Well, we have youth district committee, development committee, and the other committee. They serve as very good platforms for youngsters to accumulate experience. We need to resolve people's livelihood issues. We need to enhance district governance. And this is an important way to resolve livelihood issues. I support the passage of the bill and the government's amendments.
Mr. Dominic Lee. Thank you, President. I think the 2019 DC election is still fresh in our mind. Those of us who have served in the districts still remember how people who did nothing could win a seat simply by chanting slogans and making hand signs. Now, there were some black-clad people blocking queues to the polling stations. Elderly people found that their forms have been taken already by someone else. Now, the results of the election was dubious. Say, for example, in my constituency, the person who won the seat disappeared after winning the seat. He was nowhere to be found when someone needs help. His ward office was set in Prince Edward rather than my constituencies. Now, only mine and Miss Rebecca Chan's ward offices remain in the district. Even though we have lost our seats, we still served our residents. Now, that person was arrested because of the 35+ case, and then we have never seen him again. Is that something that we want to see? Is that the service we want? Now, besides dereliction of duties, they have caused chaos in the district council meetings. When representatives of the police and the departments attended meeting, they were insulted and they made the debates highly politicized. They spent all the time on debating how they can change the name of the park in commemoration of their so-called comrades rather than addressing livelihood issues. And they blocked funding for organizations which have been serving the district for many years. Now, I support the amendments bill because only then can we truly reform district governance and implement the principle of patriots administering Hong Kong. Now, the members have talked about how good this bill is, so I'm not going to repeat those. After the reform, district councils will fully return to its positioning as an organization serving the public. I believe that it will make people's life better. I so submit. Thank you. Mr. Michael Look. President, I speak in support of the DC Amendments Bill 2023. Members before me have spoken on why they support the bill. I fully agree with their points. Now, I will focus on my personal experience and also my suggestions and aspirations for the future district councils. Now, similar to Ms. Alice Mack, I became a DC member when I was at the tender age of 25. Now, we gave most of our youth to serve these district councils. Now, we witnessed how the mutually destructive camp changed DCs. Now, they advocated knock the knocks in my backyard philosophy, and then they advocated Hong Kong independence, the idea of mutual destruction, and they endangered national security. Outrageous and delirious things happen every day in district councils. Now, for us constructive people, we have spent our time building the community, but those people were doing the opposite. We were so angry. Now, this amendments bill, that is the reform to district councils, will return DCs to an effective advisory organization. Of course, we still pursue democracy, but we have to bust the myth. Now, there were two misconceptions about democracy. First, anything involving direct election is democratic. And the lower the threshold is, the more democratic the process is, and the fairer it is. In the past, we have been adhering to these two misconceptions, and it costs us dearly. This is a chapter in our history which brought us much shame. Now we have to learn from our past experience. We have to follow what Mr. Deng Xiaoping said, that is, we have to put into practice philosophy to test if it is the truth. We have to remain confident in our path, our philosophy, our culture, and other aspects. We have to be confident in all aspects in implementing the reform on DCs. Now, there are three principles: national security, executive-led governance, and patriots administering Hong Kong. Now, one key component is to depoliticize district councils. Now, we will replace district administration by district governance. Now, in the past, we used to see the term district administration. Now, we are changing to district governance. This is not just a change in terminology, but we are raising district governance to a whole new level. Now, district administration means a distance relationship between the people and the officials, and everything has to follow procedures. For district governance, on the other hand, officials would be actively responding to people's aspirations. It is a governance philosophy with warmth and results. Now, district councils are the most important platform for district governance, and it is a bridge between the people and the government. The DC members will proactively listen to people's views for the government. The idea is to create synergy between the government and the people, thus achieving good governance. That is, DC members will unify forces in community to build a better community. This is an innovative form of democracy. Now, how can we ensure that we can have whole process people's democracy with Hong Kong characteristics? Now, these are my suggestions. Under the new DCs, DOs will be the chairpersons. So they will be very busy. They have to perform their own task, and they have to chair DC meetings, and they have to be the chief commanders of community care teams. Now, may I suggest to the secretary that we have to promote the district officers. Now, their positions are pitched at D2 grade. This is not sufficient and incommensurate with the magnitude of their tasks. Now, the future DOs, aka chairpersons of DOs, will be shouldering heavy duties. Now, by promoting the grade of DOs, we can ensure that they have the capability to bring in more talents into the governance system. Now, in terms of appointments, nominating appointments to district councils and enriching the membership of the three teams, they will have better tools to do it. Now, also, we have to ensure that we can encourage the good culture in district councils. Now, of course, we had very bad district council members, but for us constructive members, we have a tradition of reaching deep into the community. no matter appointed members, indirectly or directly elected members, they have to inherit this tradition. They have to do this in order to listen to people's views and convey them to the government. And I hope that DC members will make public their timetable so that we will know where and when to find them. Maybe we can set up a centralized website showing which DC member is on duty at this hour. Now, whether they are in the ward offices, manning street booths, or conducting other activities, they should make everything transparent. And we have to use new technologies to canvass people's views. They will have to listen to people's complaints and meet with district organizations regularly. Now, members' returns at different constituencies will have their own strengths. How we can coordinate their work, I think this is something that the DOs will have to think about. And also the synergy with district community care teams. Now, these volunteers are not related to the election process. However, care teams are an important component in the community as well. There must be organic integration between care teams and the DCs. They have to walk among the people and serve the people. Now, DC members in the new era must strengthen this mindset. We have to unite hearts. We have to unite constructive forces, especially young people and talents, to build a better community. Now, I think the future DC will have to step up on its role in conducting research and surveys. Now, a lot of experts will be brought into district councils. However, with the current level of resources, we cannot conduct quality researches on district affairs. Now, to do that, we have to be allocated with sufficient resources. Now, I hope the government would give better support to DCs, for DC members to conduct scientific researches on behalf of the government. Now, to summarize, the reformed DCs will be a manifestation of Chinese wisdom. It is a great thing. Now, district councils will return to its original functions in Basic Law Articles 97 and 98, and it is also a fresh air to improve people's lives. Thank you.
Dr. Kennedy Wong. President, I speak in support of the bill. Article 97 of the Basic Law says that district organizations which are not organs of political power may be established in the HKSAR to be consulted by the government on district administration and other affairs, or to be responsible for providing services in culture, recreation, and environmental sanitation. That's what district councils are meant to do. DCs are supposed to provide district services, support the provision of facilities, and also, based on the government's need, support the work and promote district-level engagement. So from the get-go, DCs or the former district boards were meant to be non-political bodies. But that changed in recent years. Those with ulterior motives exploited DCs and engaged in activities endangering national security. They opposed the government, called for Hong Kong independence, obstructed administration, fomented social strife, sowed discord, verbally abused officials, disregarded people's lives. That led us to wonder, why did we give public money for these people to ruin our community? Now, there are 479 DCs starting from July 2021. That's when the oath became the requirement. And then a total of 240 something left. And then there are those remanded, 11 of them remanded and could not serve the duties. And then there are those who were convicted by court, 87 of them. convicted. So in total, more than 300 district councillors are no longer in office. That leaves 146 or so now. In some district councils, you just have a few councillors. So this bill to reform DCs and improve district governance is something that the DAB and I fully support. This is about returning DCs to their role so that we will not have anti-China disruptive forces undermining national security. This way, DCs can truly help the government improve district governance and boost the efficacy of district governance and provide better service to people and promote a sense of well-being for people. Under this bill, there will be 470 seats instead. The directly elected seats will make up roughly 20% of the total. I want to stress this. The basic law says DCs are meant to be district bodies, not political in nature. DCs are there to be consulted. So we should not just dwell on the number of directly elected seats. That's misleading and false. Article 98 of the Basic Law says that district bodies and their composition should be prescribed by law. Nothing says there has to be district direct elections. We saw all kinds of chaos in former terms of DCs. That shows more directly elected seats isn't better. We need to learn from experience. We need to improve the laws and the district governance structure to ensure the government can gauge people's views and keep a finger on the public pulse. That way, policies can be executed effectively. I hope that with the bill's passage, with district officers serving as district DC chairman, they can stay impartial and bring together and work together district councillors from all walks of life. And there will also be a performance monitoring mechanism. This will enhance accountability and transparency. This will help achieve good governance to benefit the people. President, I so submit. I support this bill. Mr. Stanley Lee. Thank you, President. I firmly support the District Council's Amendment Bill 2023. In early May this year, the government announced the reform plan. The two secretaries and their teams visited districts, explained the proposal. Many local residents support the bill after learning more about it. For me, I firmly support this bill to revamp DCs. This is also the Chief Executive honoring his promise in the Chief Executive by fixing the flaws in the DC system. I hope that with the passage of the bill, DCs can return to their original role under the Basic Law. That way, DCs can serve the purpose, give people better service, and support district governance. Now, we're seeing changes unseen of a century across the world. The Five Eyes Alliance are targeting us, and they're adopting all kinds of tactics to keep us down in our country. For those clear-sighted, they know there are foreign forces. They have the agents in Hong Kong since they handled for the infiltrated Hong Kong and disrupted our city. One way for them to do this is the DCs. 2021, there was DCs sowing discord, earning support. But for DCs, you need people working on the districts. What have these DC members done? Back in 2019, the anti-China forces doubled down. There were blacklight riots. They opposed the government and vandalized stores and government departments. I was a district councillor of Sha Tin. I witnessed opposition DC members exploited their role as DC members. They colluded with rioters. This image was from 2019. I was at the DC meeting. A group of black-clad rioters and their DC member accomplices, they vandalized the venue. We had many livelihood issues to discuss, but the meeting was aborted. And for those who wanted to build a community had to fear for our safety, and we left the meeting room. So as this image tells us, The opposition camp and the rioters disrupted meetings, they disregarded people's lives and threatened the personal safety of DC members and the public in general. We cannot allow that kind of chaos to happen again. We must put things right with DCs and return DCs to their roles. The opposition camp captured the DCs, they politicized the DCs and disregarded people's lives. They obstructed the government's policies. More terrifyingly, they called for Hong Kong independence and other illegal things at DCs, and even sold items for riots. Now, many such opposition bodies disbanded, but then the bill still matters. There are three principles in this bill. First, national security first. This way we can prevent infiltration of those with ulterior motives, and then we can also return DCs to their role under the basic law that is district body is not political in nature. And the measures have taken into account diversity and professionalism. There will also be care teams working with DCs to offer better service to people. We used to have fragmented small constituencies. In the future, we will see larger constituencies. That way, the directly elected members can take a more macro view of things. President, the government is determined to fix the chaos for the current term of DCs so that we can fix the harm that has been done and put things right with DCs. I hope that after the passage of the bill, we will see quality DCs. We will see a good district governance system. President, I so submit. I support this bill.
Mr. Holden Chow. Thank you, President. I speak in support of the District Council's Amendment Bill 2023. I very much welcome the administration's introduction of the bill to put the district councils back on their right track. This is a move to improve district governance. A number of members have spoken about their experience since 2019. District councils have been hijacked so that these people could stir up hatred. Under the proposal, district councils will be reshaped. We have appointed members. We'll have members from the district committee's constituency and also from the geographical constituency. And I do believe that this will be conducive to attracting people of different expertise and different background to join the DC to contribute. There is something I noticed. When the proposal was floated, there was extensive discussion about especially about the number of directly elected seats. And I'd like to make a few points here. Well, the so-called one person, one vote is not a panacea. What we saw from the past say that district council, even with one person, one vote, it could become very populist. For quite some time in the past, foreign forces joined with anti-China, anti-Hong Kong elements to instill the idea that, one person, one vote is right and everything else is wrong. So unless you follow their path, you'll be demonized. This has caused division in our society. It has also stoked hatred. That's why there was the illegal Occupy Central movement in 2019. It moved into the black-clad violence in 2019. The reason behind was because of foreign forces joined forces with anti-China, anti-Hong Kong elements to advocate this idea that one person, one vote is right and everything else is wrong. After 2019 black-clad violence, the central authorities thankfully intervened, and stability has been restored, and there is the national security law as well. Now we have a proposal to improve district governance. We now have the condition to have good governance because we need to have good conditions in place before we have good governance. So everything has been put back on the right track. Now, with an improved system, we have patriots administering Hong Kong. Here in this chamber, we have a hybrid. We have directly elected members. We have those elected from the functional constituency. We can look at the situation from different perspective, from a macro perspective. We don't stay here to stoke hatred or focus our views on what's right under our nose, because that is not conducive to good governance. So with the improved electoral system, we see the good operation of the LegCo. And that is a start. Now a similar reform is to be introduced to district councils, and I believe that this will make district governance better in the future. As I said in the Bills Committee, for indirectly elected members, appointed members, and directly elected members, they all have to run award offices so that constituents can approach appointed members and indirectly elected members, not just directly elected ones. And I thank the government for listening to our views during the Bills Committee's deliberations. They will introduce amendments that includes the investigation of performance. We said that under the original proposal, details of the scope of investigation was not mentioned. The government will issue guidelines, and they will also introduce some other amendments. I speak in support of the bill. I so speak. Ms. Nixie Lam, I thank the government for proposing this proposal, because this is to remove chaos or any relevant risk. This will enhance district governance, and district councils can be restored to their original functions under Article 97, that they are not organs of political power, they are consultative bodies. Since reunification, the Hong Kong SAR government has been strengthening the district councils. However, there were loopholes in the system. They were seized by anti-China elements. District councils have been hijacked and politicized. On this platform where political farce took place. In 2019, we went through riots. A large number of anti-China, anti-Hong Kong elements appropriate resources to engage in their black-clad violence. This is what happened in Sha Tin. Just now, another member mentioned about this. You see the chaos here. Is it a meeting in progress? Most of these district councillors have made a mess of district councils, and they've written insulting words. And in ward offices, they also post insulting remarks to insult members of the public. This is something becoming of a district councillor. And there is this last one. Well, this is a fraud in a fraud in the political circle. He was complained against by Islands District Council constituency. And between the 29th of May and the 5th of June, he was involved in a number of financial deception cases. So he's a trickster. And people who support him said that he's a good young man. But will a trickster con old people? A lot of district councillors have run away, or they have disappeared, and they've left Hong Kong. There are people who remain. They try to pretend to be dumb. We were serving the community, and if there is no reform, there will be more people dissatisfied. People feel stronger about the demand for a reform. We need to plug the loopholes. We also want to implement the principle of executive-led governance. The district council are the ears and eyes of the government. They will bring public opinion into the council, and they will explain government policies to the general public. We want government policies to reach out to the general public. It's very clear what Hong Kong people want. When they encounter livelihood problems, they expect district councillors to help them. I hope that the new district councillors will perform their function and deliver services in a pragmatic, rational way so that they will resolve livelihood issues. And I speak to support the District Council's Amendment Bill 2023.
Mrs. Regina Abe. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I speak in support of the District Council's Amendment Bill 2023. I welcome this reform on district councils. It will bring about a number of benefits. First, we can restore district councils to its intended function so that they once again align with the definitions in Article 97 of Basic Law. That is a district advisory body which is not an organ of political power. Now, in 1980, when the colonial governments introduced the concept of district administration, district council were also of an advisory functions. If funding was allocated, they can take forward minor improvements works and promote cultural activities in the district. Of course, we were thrilled to be able to elect district council members ourselves. Well, this was something introduced in year 1980 and 81. We didn't know that it was a Trojan horse introduced by the colonial government. Well, we didn't end up like Troy, but the intention was clear. That is, they want to infiltrate our governance system. Now, there were 117 directly elected seats subsequently, and it became a battleground between political parties. In 2019, district councils were highly politicized. They became extreme, and DC members obstructed government's measures to improve people's livelihood. Now, district councils in year 2019 rode on the tsunami of violence. Unscrupulous people without integrity who were destabilizing elements, worked under the mantle of democracy and attempted to subvert the government or even the country. They even won the seats. Now, many of them ended up on the wanted list. Many of them were prosecuted. Some disappeared because of debts. And there was one district council member in the northern district. I've seen him, but it turns out that he is a fraudster, defrauding old people. It shows what a failure DC elections has been. Now, I welcome the return of appointed seats. In year 1982, there were 166 appointed members. I mean, they were ex-official members, and there was also 135 appointed members. These were figures in the districts who are very connected with the districts, including school principals and so on. Now, in year 2016, the number of appointed seats reduced gradually, and by year 2019, there were no more appointed seats. It was a loss to us. Now, the reformed DCs will be comprised of various members. There will be members elected among the 3 committees, and these will be people very familiar with district businesses. Now, with the return of appointed members, I hope that there can be a wider spectrum of members in DCs. There should be people with expertise who can improve the standard of policy debates at district level. Now, if you are an appointed member at the Kwai Chung District Council, you may be someone who are very familiar with the logistics, trade, and transport. Now, you can help building the Kwai Chung district. Now, I hope the spectrum can be as wide as possible so that Western media will not have an excuse to say that we are only allowing one voice. Now, I also welcome the enlargement to the geographical constituencies. Now, there will be 44 constituencies, returning some 88 members. Now, in the past, geographical constituencies were too small. Everyone will be representing 17,000 people. Now, Taikoo Shing and South Horizon, they are similar, but they are 2 separate constituencies. Now, sometimes the candidates get votes because they are in control of 1 or 2 owners' corporations. Now, owners' corporations are still a fierce battleground among candidates. Now, some people would like to control owners' corporations to earn kickbacks. So we have to pay attention to this. However, DCs are very useful for nurturing political talents. Now, one person, one vote may not be suitable for the Hong Kong context. In fact, it has proven to be a failure in the past 2 decades. However, directly elected members also have their own wealth. They have to face their constituents directly. They have to upskill themselves in terms of their communication skills and their political awareness. Now, I'm pleased to see that under the leadership of Ms. Alice Mack, government officials are willing to set up street booths and talk to the residents. Now, civil servants are not as shy as before. So this is a good experience in terms of election. Now, with a larger constituency, candidates will have a harder time covering the entire constituency. They may be facing hundreds of thousands of people. Now, it is just like Parliament's members in the UK. Now, important political figures, even for Theresa May, they only got 20,000 votes out of a 70,000 constituency. Now, Legislative Council members and DC members have a much larger mandate than UK parliamentarians. Now, DOs will be the chairman of DOs. they are like a mini chief executive because they have such a heavy burden on them. Well, I think we don't have to worry about their grade at D2. It only depends on their determination, whether they are willing to listen to views and their political savviness. A higher grade doesn't come with higher calibers. And also, they will be responsible for monitoring the performance of DC members. We will have the steering group led by the Chief Secretary for Administration and the task force on district governance led by the Deputy Chief Secretary for Administration. Now, these institutions will ensure that the operation of the DCs will fulfill people's aspirations. I support the reform and the bill. Ms. Judy Chen. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I speak in support of the District Council's Amendment Bill 2023. Now, we need harmony and stability to become prosper, and everything about livelihood is important. District councils are important in its positive role in addressing people's livelihood issues, whether it is environmental sanitation and the working environments of people. These are important livelihood issues, and we hope DCs will be able to address them. Now, to care for people's daily life, we rely on expertise of district council members. Article 97 in Basic Law gives district councils the positioning that they are not organs of political power. They are just advisory bodies. However, they have been abused and hijacked by unscrupulous people for their own political agenda, and they neglected district developments. They ignored livelihood matters and undermined people's life. Now we need to work jointly to find a solution to address the daily problems faced by people. We have to be reasonable and pragmatic in addressing these livelihood issues. Now, district councils must adhere stringently to the positioning enshrined in Article 97 of the Basic Law. We have to stay true to our mission to serve the district, and we have to implement the principle of patriots administering Hong Kong. Now, this is something long overdue. To build a beautiful community, we need to enhance district governance. We have to ensure that district councils give priority to people's well-being. Now, I'm pleased to having served 2 terms in district councils. Now, when I first became a DC member, there were still a few appointed members in the council. They were experienced professionals with hearts to serve the public. They came from the business sector, and some of them were professors with expertise in communicable disease. They had such a wide range of expertise, and they help us look at issues from a more macro perspective. And they enriched the discussion on various topics. Now, these discussions help us build a better neighborhood and offer security to people's life. However, when I was elected again in 2016, as mentioned by Mrs. Regina Ip, there were no more appointed members. So during election and after winning my seat, I saw a lot of instances where people disregarded people's livelihood. There were anti-China destabilizing elements who stirred up confrontations to get more votes. They did their best to smear the governments on well-intended policies, districts programs were not discussed because of the politicization. Now, there was a $100 million community involvement funding project. We wanted to develop the Aberdeen Promenade Park as a tourism attraction showcasing fisherman culture. However, because of the opposition party, the project was cancelled and it caused Southern District residents dearly. Now, this reform will serve a good purpose. That is, the DCs will serve its function under an executive-led system. It will ensure comprehensive development of the community and prevent DC members from ignoring people's livelihood. Patriots with an affection for Hong Kong who are experts, no matter their age and gender, can serve the public and create a better community for Hong Kong people. I so submit I support the amendment bill. Thank you.
Mr. Rock Chen. Madam Deputy, I speak in support of the District Council's Amendment Bill 2023. This is a plan to reform district governance. There will be a clear role for DCs. There is also enhancement to the formation, and there are also ways to return different kinds of seats. There will be a performance monitoring mechanism. That way, DCs can better serve people in the future. We will uphold the principle of patriots administering Hong Kong. We are putting things right. There will be a district council eligibility review committee to be headed by the chief secretary. This way we make sure the candidates meet the requirements under the basic law. This will help depoliticize DCs, and DCs can return to their role under Article 97 of the basic law. Article 97 says this: the HKSL government can set up district organizations that are not organs of political power. These district bodies are consulted by the government on district matters or provide services in culture, recreation, and environmental sanitation. Over the years, district councils helped serve the people at the districts and also groom political talent. Unfortunately, the recent years have seen senseless opposition over politicization. They became venues for political tug-of-war. Opposition camp DC members disrupted the councils. We saw all kinds of chaos. 2019 saw a place for black-clad rioters, those seeking mutual destruction. Other members have shared a painful experience from those days. There are flaws in our district governance system. The fifth wave of COVID struck. DCs failed to serve the people. That experience also pointed to poor communication, lack of cooperation of government departments. Thankfully, patriotic forces came together of their own volition. They helped the government with fighting COVID. Now the government has learned the lessons. So we are trying to cure these flaws. These are necessary reforms of DCs. National security comes first, so we will depoliticize DCs. DCs will become the non-political bodies they're meant to be. DC members will be returned through different means. That way will bring together bright minds. We appoint capable people. Those dedicated and patriotic will get a chance to join DCs. That way we get a larger pool of political talent, and we will have DCs that are practical and do serve the people. With the reformed DCs, I believe we will see dedicated and able patriots entering DCs. The district fight crime committees, the district fire safety committees, and area committees have worked on districts for many years. They know the grounded conditions. They are dedicated people serving the district. Many are professionals. So with the DCC constituency, we will have members that will help enhance cooperation. Now, another highlight of the plan is to have the performance monitoring mechanism. in the future, people get to vote on the polling day. And then within the term of office of DC members, people can exercise oversight. They can continuously monitor DC members' performance. This can ensure that DC members do their job. The reasoning behind this bill is clear. This is to enshrine the executive-led model. The district officers will serve as DC chairman. They will lead the consultation and other work of DCs. The DO will also serve as the leader of the care team, so we will have a strengthened structure. This brings together district service resources and address the pressing needs and help those in the greatest need. So I believe this is a targeted and timely measure to fix problems. After this proposal came out, we had this alliance in support of improving district governance. We had street rules, we collected more than 1.6 million signatures. This fully shows that people fervently want to see normalcy in district governance. This is exactly what people want. The government proposal fixes the flaws in the old system. We put national security first. We have also taken into account district service. The reformed DCs will be DCs that do their job. They will uphold national security, enshrine executive-led models, and implement patriots administering Hong Kong. This is what Hong Kong needs and what people want. I so submit. Mr. Chan Kin-po. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I support the passage of the District Council's Amendment Bill 2023. DCs are not supposed to be political. Now, there was a time when DCs did their job since the handover by providing district services. They worked on environmental sanitation, recreational services. People have a problem, say rats or leaking pipes or dispute among people in the neighborhood, they can go to DCs. On festive occasions, DC members hold activities like feasts, visits, etc. This is the collective memory of people. This also shows what DC members are supposed to do. Sadly, 2019 saw the Black-led riots. So we had a nightmarish experience with the DCs. DCs became platforms of political grandstanding, and they also became a place for external forces to stage a color revolution. The DC members disregarded people's lives, no more district service, only possessions matter. They opposed officials, they tried to capture political power, and they want to turn DCs into political organs. There were all kinds of activities endangering national security, all kinds of chaos ensued, and that led to the 35-plus attempt to subvert state power. So people with a problem turn to the media instead. So DCs no longer perform the functions they were meant to serve. This pointed to a gaping flaw in the system. The central government took decisive action, brought in the national security law, and that gradually ended the chaos. More than 300 DC members did not take the oath or left for other reasons. Others had the oath ruled invalid, and then they left. So now we only have 146 DC members left now. And we will have a new term of DCs. This is a time to put things right. We need to reform DCs, plug the loopholes, the national security loopholes at the district level. We need to enhance district governance. That way we can deliver better services for people. Ms. Alice Mack was the youngest district councillor. She's now an official. She also served as a DC member for many terms. She's a seasoned veteran, so she has a lot to bring to the table in this amendment exercise. I know she's busy, but she's hardworking, persevering, so I encourage her to continue to serve Hong Kong. She's setting a good example. The current term DC seriously deviated from what's under Article 97 of the Basic Law, which is DCs are supposed to be district bodies, not political in nature. So the bill sets out clearly DCs are supposed to be consulted. They provide service. We depoliticize DCs. So we said that clearly DCs are supposed to be advisory bodies. This enshrines the executive-led principle. The bill also says that district officers will serve as the chairpersons of DCs. DOs will also be empowered to perform duties. There will be the performance monitoring mechanism for DC members. So for those whose behavior falls short of public expectations, there's a way to deal with them. To ensure national security and implement patriots administering Hong Kong, we will have the eligibility review mechanism. I support this proposal. With these changes, DCs can return to their role of serving people. Now, to improve district governance, there are also other changes. Aside from the district councils, there will be the steering committee on district governance headed by the chief secretary for administration. There will also be a task force on district governance to be headed by the deputy chief secretary. They are there to coordinate across policies departments. There will be a top-down approach in fixing livelihood issues. The TFDG will be leading the departments in getting on the work. So there's a stronger initiative to meet people's needs. In the past, the Home Affairs Department or Home Affairs Bureau undertook the livelihood work. Now we will see the chief secretary and the deputy chief secretary leading the departments to get on with the work. Now, the steering committee would hold a meeting and set the priorities, take a macro review, and then the execution will be for the task force on district governance. Now, this district governance structure is there to overcome the silos of the old days. The top officials will take the lead, they go to the visit, and then with the help, the support of the DCs and the care teams, this will be much better than the old days when the HAD worked on their own. This shows the government is determined to deliver and get work done. I hope that with the new structure, we will see results and give people a better quality of life. Thank you.
Mr. Chen Yong. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I'd like to also thank the secretaries. We have this District Council's Amendment Bill 2023. As we all know very well, it's because of the advocates of Hong Kong independence, Hong Kong version of the Colour Revolution, and the 2019 turmoil. Foreign forces might not understand this, but there is an ailment. We need to do something about it to cure it. We now have the discussion because back in 2019, there was a group of Hong Kong independence advocates that colluded with foreign forces. They stirred up trouble and messed things up. Now we need to cure the ailment and restore the health of district councils. In 2019, I'm sure we all know that when we were electioneering, we had to wear protective gear against stabbing. It was much worse than the situation in Ukraine, and our ward offices were damaged and vandalized. It's impossible to deliver good service. It was a battleground. Well, as long as you dressed in black, then you could do everything. Some people turned to the police to ask for help because they wanted stability. There are people who have absconded, are hiding, run away. Well, I like to quote something that the secretary has said, that some people only appear when there is an election, but now even with an election, they disappear. And they want the same for their rivalries. They want to scare their other candidates away so that they will get elected. They even scare away government officials. There is no democracy in that. They are bandits. We want to provide quality democratic election and structure to Hong Kong people. We want to give Hong Kong people district councillors that will not cause trouble. I'm sure that the reform district council will be starkly different from those before 2019. We want a whole process, high-quality democracy as advocated by President Xi. In the past, district councillors do not do anything. There are district councillors receiving their remuneration without doing anything. Their ward offices do not open. Now, under the proposal, there are many ways to monitor their performance. There are sanctions including suspension of duty, stoppage of pay, etc. So this is a whole process, quality democracy. And there is another point. President Xi spoke on the 1st of July. He told us about his 4 hopes. And the CE John Lee also talked about working for the better lives of Hong Kong people. And there are some youth groups between the 13th of June and the 2nd of July collected over 2,000 responses. Over 80% of the respondents show their support clearly of the proposal. Over 80% of the respondents said that the proposal will be conducive to better lives and good quality democracy. And they expect district councillors to deliver good services. The second most important thing is their manifesto. They're not asking for district councillors to disrupt and destroy. They expect district councillors to liaise between them and the government. That's what over half of the respondents asked for. And there is another collection of signatures. It was done by the Alliance. Over 1.61 million signatures were collected. This is the mandate we have. We expect future district councils will deliver good services. Our association strongly support this proposal. Well, I was talking about the general framework. People may ask about details. Well, some other members talked about restoring the function of DCs back to the one under the Basic Law. It will not be a platform that advocates Hong Kong independence. And the proposal will be conducive to attracting people of different expertise and background to join the DC. It will help the government to collect the public's view. District councillors will have more macro perspective instead of focusing on just the number of streets. In the future, district councillors will have a heavier workload, but under the leadership of the district officer, I'm sure that they will serve the community with a happy heart. In the future, constituents can complain against district councillors who don't work, and there will be sanctions. The deal will be the chairman of the district council. The deal will coordinate the different district committees and the care team. There will be a heavier workload for the district office and the district officers. I hope that there will be an increase in resources for the bureau and for the departments and offices. The mainstream view is to support the proposal. We hope the endorsement of the bill will materialize as soon as possible, we will be able to see in a new district council that district councillors will work for the district, and this will be a good quality democratic structure. Thank you. Mr. Perry Yu. I started working in the district in 2002. Between 2008 and 2019, I was a district councillor. I went through 5 terms. Number of people mentioned about anti-China, anti-Hong Kong elements, and the destruction they have wreaked. They use the district council as a platform to advocate Hong Kong independence. I've had first-hand experience. I'm not going to go into details. We now have this proposal to improve district governance, to plug loopholes of the DC election. This is to implement patriots administering Hong Kong, and to put in place the performance monitoring mechanism, and to have an executive-led governance. The DO will be the chairman of the DC. All these deserve our support. The proposals not just to plug loopholes and to enhance national security. More importantly, it is to ensure that district structure will better serve the community. This will be a high-quality district governance structure. I have a few points to make. I hope that with the new method of formation of DCs, there will be youngsters included as members. We have appointed seats, indirectly and directly elected seats. This is conducive to attracting people of different expertise and background to join. We need to make good use of this platform to nurture young leaders. Different professionals should be appointed so that constructive inputs could be made. Young minds should be harnessed so that we can have high quality deliberation in the district council. Now we have an enhanced high echelon coordination structure. Deep-seated problems will be easily resolved. In the past, when it comes to cross-departmental issues and when there is a gray area, departments will pass the buck. Under the new structure, there is the steering committee led by the chief secretary and a task force led by the deputy chief secretary. Under this enhanced structure, I hope that there will be clear delineation of responsibility of different departments so that problems will be swiftly solved. And I have expectations of the district officer. The DO is not just the chairman of the district council. They play a core role. They lead the work of the DCs. Well, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. So DOs will be the chief executive of the district. They have to deliver. They have to be pragmatic. The commitment of the DO is crucial to the quality of services delivered. So selection and training of DOs should be carefully done. Those with a sense of commitment should be selected. Being a DO should be a crucial qualification for promotion. With the reformed district governance structure, DCs should also take on a bigger role to invigorate economic development and development in other areas. Say, for example, we need the support of the district in the tourism sector. I've attended an event involving bars. Apart from the work put in by bars and pubs, there was the contribution made by district offices. A successful event took place recently. And last week I asked a question about making good use of heritage sites. And at Central and Western District offices in November, High Street former psychiatric hospital will be opened to the public. We can see through these examples that if the DOs are willing to do more, then greater benefits will be reaped by the general public. I hope that we'll all work together to discover more district characteristics, to organize more special events, and this will in turn boost the local economy and the image of Hong Kong. Hong Kong will become a livable city that is also a tourism destination, I so speak.
Mr. Chan Hock Fong. Thank you, Madam Deputy. Now we give a nickname to DC members. We call them people serving the district. Now I have been serving as in such a capacity for over 3 decades or 2 decades. Now 10 years ago when I became a DC member, I felt so fulfilled. I was really able to help people. Now, an elderly lady had trouble applying for a public rental housing unit. We helped her completing the application process. And then she came to us with a bag of fruits in thank. It was really fulfilling. Now my mentor, Mr. Yip Kwok Him, always told me, you can't make big money serving the district, but it will get you addicted. That is the sense of fulfillment. I think that's why many of us are willing to become council members. Now, in my tenure over the past decade, I was pleased to see the change in the positive changes in the community. Now, we got the Western Island Extension line in my district, which is Central and Western District, and we have a very beautiful promenade. Now, I'm happy that I helped instigating changes in the community. When people are happy, I felt happy as well. This is not something that money can bring. This is why so many of us are willing to serve the district. Now, district council is an important platform for serving the public, and it is also an important platform for inheritance of political experience. Mr. Yip Kwok Him and other members, the secretary and myself, we have all come to this podium from district councils. We learned how to scrutinize the government's policies and serve the public as DCs. Now in 2019, actually way before that, the culture of DCs have taken a turn for the worse. Now, in the Central and Western District Council, Ted Hui, who is now being wanted, tied himself up and put on a political grandstanding show in DCs. Now, this extremism infested district councils. I'm happy to see that the government has laid down 3 guiding principles on the reform of DCs. First, national security. 2, patriots administering Hong Kong. And 3, executive-led governance. Since 2019, we have heard DC members participating in the blackleg violence, asking Western powers to sanction Hong Kong government officials and council members in Hong Kong. how can they serve the benefits of Hong Kong if they are doing this? This shows that this direction is right, I mean the reform. In 2019, pro-independence elements came out and called for independence. Well, we have to address this serious problem. Now, second, patriots administering Hong Kong. Now, some people claim that they were showing their passions for Hong Kong by opposing to the government. Well, I beg to differ. They were in fact obstructing Hong Kong's development. Well, when we were hit by the pandemic, the country gave us the Fire Eye Lab and helped save our people. While those unscrupulous people obstructed the help from the nation. They claim that they were helping Hong Kong, that they were acting in the love of Hong Kong, but they were actually harming Hong Kong. We can't allow this to happen anymore. Third, executive-led governance. That is very important. Now, if you let district council members to set the agenda themselves, they can discuss anything, including the peace of the universe. This is a very unfocused way to govern the districts. Meaningless topics were put on the agenda. So I think these three guiding principles are very targeted reforms to tackle the crux of the issue. Now, after the improvements of the electoral system, people's aspiration has changed. In the past, we wanted one person, one vote. But what did we get? After the 2019 black-clad violence, did one person, one vote help enhancing the sense of gain of people and improved people's livelihood? No, not at all. Now, the spirit of the reform is an echo of President Xi's keynote speech. That is, we are trying to meet the aspirations of the people. So what are people's aspirations? Well, they want to have a sense of gain and be happy. Well, so I support the bill. I shall submit. Thank you. Mr. Peter Shiu. Thank you, Madam Deputy. Now, in 2003, I ran in the election for the first time. I was elected in 2007. I served 3 terms in district councils. Now, many people know that I never talk about politics. My election platform only centered on district's businesses. I only focused on how I can help people to solve their problems. Now, more than once, my constituents told me they thought I won because I never talked about politics. They knew I belonged to the pro-establishment camp, but still they said this. Well, it shows that the real duties of DC members are to serve the people. Well, the Legislative Council is where we should talk about politics. Now, I have been serving in the Eastern District Councils for 12 years. Now, in 2016, I became a electrical member as well. My workload was too heavy, so I invited another party member, Mr. Yu, to take over my seat at Bramer Hill. Now, 2019 happened. Now, that was a colored revolution, and district council election was only one part of the battle. Now, I thought hard on whether I should run. There were people fighting on the streets, and they were stopping us from canvassing for votes. They resorted to every means, including stealing the votes on the dates of election. Well, under such gross unfairness, I believe I would lose. And what happened after those people won? Well, they advocated for Hong Kong independence in DC. They insulted officials and ignored livelihood issues. They continued their political grandstanding at the district level and caused chaos to Hong Kong. Fortunately, the country gave us the national security law swiftly and dispelled all these evils. Now, those evils have been banished, but still we have to reform the district councils with this bill. I give special thanks to Mr. Eric Zhang and Ms. Alice Mack. They have taken very thorough consideration on how they can plug the loopholes in DC elections. There will be an eligibility review mechanism and performance monitoring mechanism. These will ensure only patriots with an affection for Hong Kong can enter these seats. We can ensure national security and the success of one country, two systems with these mechanisms. Now, there will be geographical constituency members and also free committees, members from the free committees and also appointed members. Now, we can move away from a constituent-focused mindset. Now, sometimes district members would move undesirable facilities to other districts. Now, by combining the constituencies into 44 larger constituencies, we can ensure that DC members will be really working for the good of the districts. Now, indirectly elected members from the free committees are people with a heart to serve the public. They have been doing the work for free and they know the districts like the back of the hand. So I think members from the free committees will be very helpful in terms of serving the public. On appointed members, well, we had exemplary people from this group like Ms. Alice Mack and Mr. Tommy Cheung. Now, in the outlying island district, we have a district council member, an appointed council member, who is a monk from a monastery. Well, you can't ask a monk to run for a DC seat. It doesn't seem right. So the appointment mechanism can ensure a wide spectrum of representativeness. I have been serving in DCs for 12 years. Well, I thought district officers only serve secretarial functions. Well, in my last term, when Ms. Tang Yuyan, the then DO, came onto the scene, well, she worked so hard. Previously, every department was kicking the buckets down the road, and it was 3 months after 3 months of time wasted. Now, when Ms. Annie Tang became district officer, she held all department heads accountable. And she assigned the task accurately to each department. So why don't we only have elected seats? Why do we need appointed seats? Well, in 2017, many Liberal Party members, many of them expertise, they were doctors, lawyers, and businessmen. They were very eloquent with hearts to serve. Well, they ended up losing. We were defeated because they didn't have time to set up street booth and canvas for votes. Well, take me for example. I have to work in my company, and then I spend the whole night on the streets talking to people. Well, that's very hard. Well, these potential of these people was wasted. So by appointments, returning appointed seats, we can help bring these people into the council. Thank you.
Mr. Tony Tse, thank you, Madam Deputy. I speak in support of the bill. This bill seeks to give effect to the proposal to reform district governance. It covers the functions, composition, operation of DCs. Some members argue we should not call this a reform. They argue we should call it putting things right. We put DCs right by returning them to their role under Article 97 of the Basic Law. That is, district bodies not of a political nature. They are consulted by the government. They should not be what we saw for the past few years. Bodies that politicized everything in a fit of populism. They obstructed policies implementation. They tried to capture political power and tried to oppose China and destabilize Hong Kong. Now, the bill covers a performance monitoring mechanism. A Secretary for Home and Youth Affairs can set standards, guidelines. District officers or DOs will serve as the chairpersons of future DCs. As members have said, and for me, as a professional from the landscaping and architecture sector, I want to focus on what this bill means for Hong Kong's development and promoting the participation of professionals in district affairs. Many public works projects, those of citywide implications. The government consults relevant district councils. The point is to find out what people are concerned about in those districts and then look for ways to mitigate the impact, improve the design and support facilities, etc. This is not to empower DCs to vote down those works projects. But then over the past 10 years or so, votes mattered more than everything. So district interests were put before citywide interest. A minority got to vote down projects for the majority. So many projects beneficial for Hong Kong were postponed. They fell by the wayside. So that prevented the government from addressing bread and butter issues for the people. This bill proposes to reduce the number of directly elected seats. District councillors in each constituency will serve a larger population. This can address the fragmentation in DCs. DC members will have to adopt strategic thinking. This helps grooming political talent for Hong Kong. The DC members wanted to get re-elected, so we had many full-time district councillors. They wanted to provide personalized services, user-friendly services around the clock. To a certain extent, this is a merit. But that also put off people with a business background. These people had a full-time job, so they could not take part in DC work. They could not bring their professional expertise to the table and serve people. These professionals could have helped prevent the flaws or the inefficiencies of works projects. So bringing back the appointed seats and the DCC members will help fix this flaw. Good governance at the district level means looking after residents' interests, but also the interests of those who go to work, who go to school, who do business there, and also visitors. Appointed seats will help plug in the gap. Different districts have different conditions. People with different expertise can be appointed. In the Central and Western District, we can appoint more people from banking, securities, and finance. In Wan Chai, we can appoint people from a retail, tourism background. Make good use of the professionals so that they can contribute to district governance. Madam Deputy, many people are saying this, that this is the home stretch for the attempt to improve the electoral system that started 2 years ago. Now we have seen many changes, and we have seen electrical election, the chief executive's election. With this bill's passage, the district council elections will be improved. So are we done with the work? For me, I think more work lies ahead, and we have to keep working hard. First, we need to improve the nitty-gritty of voting and counting. We need to keep fair and open elections and ensure smooth elections. We need publicity and public education. In the end of this year, we will have the first improved DC election. There will be people engaging in soft resistance trying to denigrate this election. The government needs to offer convenience for voters to come out to cast a ballot. The candidates will be patriots, but we cannot assume nothing needs to be done. There will be fewer people obstructing district affairs and DCs. We will see the restoration of the executive-led model. The government needs to show us results. Officials need to be proactive. Don't wait till things go wrong and then try to fix things. Show foresight in policies. Don't shy away from problems. Show us commitment, initiative, and pragmatism in improving governance. That's how you can truly address the livelihood issues. Madam Deputy, I so submit. Mr. Jeffrey Lam. Thank you, Madam Deputy. DCs have played a key role in district governance. Article 97 of the Basic Law says this. District organizations which are not organs of political power may be set up in the HKSAR to be consulted by the government on district administration and other affairs, or to be responsible for providing services in culture, sports, recreation, and environmental sanitation. In other words, DCs are always meant to be non-political bodies. They are there to be consulted, they provide services. The point is to address light bread and butter issues. Sadly, the opposition camp neglected district affairs. After the 2019 elections, DCs were captured by opposition people. There were all kinds of bad behavior. People saw they did not really mean to serve people. Some abused DC functions. They obstructed the government's policies. They put political stance above everything. So many beneficial measures were voted down. Officials attended the meetings, and they were subject to verbal abuse. Some made extremist remarks. This went against Article 97 of the Basic Law and also led to national security risks. So we need to depoliticize DCs. This bill does just that. And this also is a bill that meets DCs and society's needs. There will be appointed seats and directly elected seats. This bill will help boost district governance. This will put DCs right. We can implement patriots administering Hong Kong. We will have diversity in DCs. Bringing back appointed seats will also help bring in fresh blood. We can have doctors, lawyers, architects, and other professionals in DCs. In the past, they seldom took part in DC elections, but under the new system, they can be appointed as DC members. With them on DCs, we will see a more informed discussion at DCs. We have the improved electoral system. We have patriots administering Hong Kong. That principle is manifested at the elections of the electoral, the election committee, and the chief executive. We've gone from chaos to order and moving from stability to prosperity. We need to further improve district governance and its efficacy. This reform can ensure that patriots remain firmly in control of DCs, and DCs can return to their role of serving the people. President, I support the District Council's Amendment Bill 2023. I support its early passage. With the new DCs can return to their role under the Basic Law. We can get capable people to serve, and they can serve as the bridge between the government and the people. That way we can bring people together. President, I so submit.
Ms. Chen Yut-ming, thank you, President. I speak to show my staunch support of the passage of the bill. I'm a chairperson of the Takulang Rural Committee, and I'm the ex-official member of the Northern District Council. After black-led violence, a lot of people used the loopholes of the system to enter district councils in 2019. The operation of district councils turned into a complete mess. They used the district councils as the base to antagonize the government. Pro-establishment district councillors, including myself, engage in a battle against these poor elements. We try to do our best to protect the district councils, but we were outnumbered. All we could do was to walk out. Before national security law was promulgated, these perpetrators engaged in acts undermining national security. They advocated Hong Kong independence. They opposed the government. They are puppets and agents of foreign forces. We can still remember vividly the hardship went through by Hong Kong. So now the government proposes that this improvement of district governance proposal, we welcome it because it will reshape the district council structure. In May this year, the government announced the proposal to improve district governance. A number of patriotic organizations and other personalities formed the alliance to collect signature by setting up street booths. We can see that a lot of citizens gave their signatures. We received 1.6 million signatures. The government sent out district officers to explain the proposal. They've received over 25,000 signatures showing their support. This shows that the proposal is extensively supported, and people are fed up with the chaos since 2019. In relation to the formation of the district councils and its broad representativeness is well covered by other members. They've also talked about performance monitoring mechanism. This will plug the loophole that perpetrators may make use of the loophole to wreak havoc. What I'd like to say is that under the principle of executive-led governance, we see LegCo working very smoothly and efficiently without any filibustering. We've now returned to the original function set out in the Basic Law. We share the same goal. We work together to maintain the long-term prosperity and stability of the Hong Kong SAR. The proposal to reform district councils will achieve the same objective. I represent the rural area. In relation to the proposal, I have high expectations. On top of that, there is the Steering Committee on District Governance led by the Chief Secretary, and there is the Task Force on District Governance led by the Deputy Chief Secretary. District officers will be the chairperson of DCs. They are all part of the district governance structure, and I'm sure that with power given to district officers to coordinate and to lead, this will be conducive to the implementation of executive-led approach. We see members from District 5 Crime Committee, District 5 Fire Safety Committee, Area Committee, as well as appointed seats. They will all play their different roles. They'll be partners of the government. State leader came to Hong Kong last year. He talked about the 4 expectations and 4 proposals. The reformed district councils will help SAR government to achieve the goals set out. And in the Northern District, there is the Northern Metropolis. It covers Yuen Long and on top of the Northern District. I hope that the reformed district councils will help the development of Northern Metropolis. And in rural areas, there is a lack of infrastructure. Most of the residents are elderly people. I hope there will be improvements. I so submit. Mr. Louis Long. President, the bill seeks to amend relevant legislations as well as the administrative mechanism to improve the functions and roles of the district councils. DCs, formation of DCs will be enhanced, and election methods will be set out as well. On top of that, there is the introduction of the performance monitoring mechanism. I fully support the government's policy objectives, so I support the bill. The reshaped district councils will have members from District 5 Crime Committee, District 5 Safety Committee, and area committees, as well as care teams. They will all work together to better support the work of the government to make sure that policies are targeted and that they will feel the pulse of the public. This is conducive to improving district governance. I have expectations of the Steering Committee on District Governance led by the Chief Secretary and the Task Force on District Governance led by the Deputy Chief Secretary. These are high echelon bodies. Under the leadership, there will be better coordination of different bureaus and departments to swiftly resolve livelihood issues, district problems, and to meet public aspiration. I look forward to the passage of the bill. This will enable the administration to make preparations for the upcoming DC election. This will further implement the principle of patriots ministering Hong Kong. Thank you.
Ms. Lillian Kwok. Thank you, President. I speak in support of the District Council's Amendments Bill 2023. District councils are a platform for district governance. Their work is to listen to people's views and act as a bridge between the government and the people. And also they have to formulate practical plans to address livelihood issues of the people. They have to help enhancing the sense of gains of the people. Now, after 2019, we had the 6th term district council election. It shows the plight in the election system. District councils functions ground to the heart, and livelihood matters were not dealt with. DC members promoted a sentiment against the country endangering national security as the sacred platform of DCs. So this reform is long overdue. Many members have spoken on the reform. They mentioned why they supported this bill and also put forward a number of suggestions. I would like to give my 2 cents as well. I support diversifying the selection method and the composition of DCs. Now, in the past, we had appointed and ex-official members, as well as elected members. In 2015, besides the 27 ex-official seats in rural committees, all appointed seats were gone. So I think in appointing members to DC, the government should consider the developmental need of the districts in the next 4 years. For example, if there will be a lot of infrastructure projects, maybe engineers can be appointed to DCs. If there are a large number of ethnic minority people in the districts, maybe EM representatives can be appointed. And also, by appointing more experienced members to DCs, they can pass on their experience to newer DC members so that they can think in the context of districts. Now, a country will only thrive when young people is thriving. Now, youth work is the priority of the HYAB and this time of the government. Now, senior school principals can be appointed to district councils. Now, back then, when there were school principals who were also DC members, schools would be at a better position to be notified of the activities organized by DCs, and students were exposed to a wider range of activities. Since there were no more school principals in DCs, schools told me that they have received much less information and updates from DCs. So under the appointment mechanism, the government should appoint school principals to district councils to bring schools closer to the government. And also, they can collaboratively help protect and nurture our young people at the district level. And also, there should be more interaction between DC members and the grassroots, and there should be better collaboration between DC members and members in the free committees and community care teams. In the past, officials would meet with LegCo members and DC members regularly. Now, all matters raised by DC members would be passed on to panels in LegCo for research. Now, for complaints, they will be dealt with by the Public Complaints Office in LegCo for following up. It shows the close relationship between the then DCs and the LegCo. They were serving the public together. Now, the 6th-term DCs were dysfunctional, and then there was the epidemic, so the collaboration, the partnership has not been resumed. Now, I hope that after the passage of the bill and after the improvements of district governance, under the new term district council, these joint meetings can be resumed so that we can bring voices from the districts into LegCo and the government. Now, I support the introduction of the performance monitoring mechanism. Now, good governance means addressing the livelihood issues of people. To do that, you have to know what problems people are facing. We have to do more than superficial things. Now, the performance monitoring mechanism will ensure that DC members are focusing on real issues faced by the people. Now, DC will be a platform for canvassing people's views, and then the governments can formulate targeted measures. Now, President Xi mentioned 4 proposals for Hong Kong. One of them is to earnestly address livelihood issues and enhance governance. Now, I look forward to the passage of the bill and then the improvements, the enhancements to district governance, then people will get better service and community forces can be united with a view to enhancing the sense of gain of people as well as the sense of identity of people. Thank you. Ms. Lee Jun-Kang, President, there are still a minority of people saying that the reform on district councils is a regression in the democratic process, while the Liberal Party begs to differ. Now, in year 1843, the British government starts controlling Hong Kong, and subsequently there were no real election. In 1979, Mr. Deng Xiaoping and Mrs. Thatcher entered into a negotiation on the future of Hong Kong. Now, Mr. Deng Xiaoping was steadfast on his position, and then the UK government conceded and offered 490 seats for election. 132 of them were directly elected by the people, and 134 seats were appointed. 34% of the seats, that is 167 seats, were ex-officio seats, which means they were filled by officials. Of course, there were also 12% of the seats which were ex-officio seats. It was a ticking bomb for our future. Now, at the time, ex-officio seats were filled by district officers. Now, this bomb has encouraged political opportunists to enter into the fray. Now, compared with DC candidates who are really working for the good of the public, these opportunities drove extremisms and politicism in council. In the past, candidates compared their achievements in terms of results achieved. With this group of people, this group of opportunists entering DC, everything became pan-politicized. Now, of course, the 2019 saga has ended, but we can't forget the lesson learned. Now, democracy led to a rift among people. People with ulterior motives worked under the name of democracy and advocated for Hong Kong independence. They caused rifts. They discriminated people and businesses under the lens of yellow and blue. Now, they only worked for like-minded people, and they ignored the so-called blue ribbons. They put up notices on their ward office saying that no blue ribbons is allowed in, or even blue ribbons and dogs are not allowed in. Now, this is what we get when there is no order. We have to restore the order in the democratic process. Without orders, without rules, it will be catastrophic. Now, we need 3 sets of rules. First, in exercising democratic rights, we cannot ignore the boundary of law. During the anti-extradition bill movement, there were people denying the country. And the 2019 DC elections was used as a tool to subvert the government. Now, this is not allowed in any democratic countries. Now, in exercising democratic rights, we cannot break the rules. In the past, there were a lot of obscenities in DCs and Lechcos. There were people hurling insults, insulting officials with abusive languages, and even politicized livelihood topics. It is a desecration to democracy. And thirdly, in exercising democratic rights, no one can be allowed to infringe on the rights of another person's freedom from fear. Now, those so-called democratic fighters set shops ablaze and vandalize shops. They put everyone in Hong Kong in fear. This is not democracy, this is crime. Now, by causing turmoil in society, they were causing a regression in the democratic process. Now, we have to bring real benefits to people through democracy. Without that, democracy would be of no value. Now, the government's proposals to improve DC selection method include restoring appointed members. Now, this will ensure people with merits can enter the DCs. Now, from the perspective of the government, those who are most capable at formulating good policies for the people can be allowed in. Now, from among the three areas of the three committees, those people who are best at serving the people can become DC members. From the perspective of the residents, the person who can best reflect the views of the residents to the government and fight for the well-being of the residents will become members of the DCs. Now, all along, we have put too much focus on directly elected seats. We were only taking one angle rather than all three angles. Now, under the bill, talents canvassed under these three comprehensive perspectives will be able to achieve real results for the people. Now, the government has taken consideration of residents' well-being. Now, DOs will become chairman of district councils. They will ensure that DCs are working in line with the government's governance, and DOs will unite and coordinate different forces. Now, there will be the steering groups on district governance chaired by the Chief Secretary for the Administration, and also the task force on district governance chaired by the Deputy Secretary for Administration for coordinating different departments. This is how the government can tap the pulse of the districts. The top echelons of the government can reach deep into the community and understand the real problems that grassroots people are facing. Now, democracy should not be a tool for causing rifts, but rather for finding common grounds. We are a highly civilized society. We have to explore our own way in terms of democratic process. We should focus on enhancing the level of quality of life in Hong Kong. Now, the Liberal Party commends the government's determination in reforming district councils. This is a positive exploration on democracy with Hong Kong characteristics. They will return DCs to its original intention. They are standing together with people in addressing the old and long-standing issues in Hong Kong with a view to enhancing happiness of Hong Kong people. Now, I and the Liberal Party are in full support of the bill. Thank you.
主席，
Mr. Frankie Yik. President, I speak in support of the District Council's Amendment Bill 2023. The bill seeks to revamp the functions and composition of DCs. There will be an eligibility review committee. There will also be a performance monitoring mechanism. The reformed DCs will be depoliticized. They will better safeguard national security, ensure patriots administer Hong Kong, and DCs will return to their role under Article 97 of the Basic Law, that is, district organizations that are not organs of political power. They will focus on bread and butter issues. The DCs started off as district boards in 1982. The goal was to advise the government on ways to improve people's lives. The district boards would be consulted on district matters. They were a bridge between the government and the people. But then the DCs were hijacked. They were politicized. Anti-China disruptive forces disregarded people's lives, and they blackmailed the government and opposed government policies. Then we got the national security law, and we also improved the electoral system. Patriots administering Hong Kong. Hong Kong is back on track. We're now moving from stability to prosperity. To improve governance and improve the governance system, we need a better structure. We need to delineate the roles, responsibilities. There's a necessity to improve DCs because DCs form an integral part of the governance system. The new DCs need to have patriots. This is how we give effect to patriots administering Hong Kong. That's how we implement one country, two systems, so that the system under the basic law and the constitution can be implemented. The future DO chairpersons will be served by the district officers. The DC chairpersons will set the standing orders. They will appoint DC members to the members of the committees. Under DCs, they can also appoint co-opt members. The new arrangement will mean the DOs will be better able to play their role. We will see a comparable number of DC members under the new term, but there will be different ways to return DC members. We will have appointed Cs, DCC constituencies, DCGC constituencies, and ex-official members. So we will see people from the business, social welfare, education sectors. Other professionals, they will get to serve as DC members. Now we had mainly directly elected DC members. So a silo mentality ensued. DC members served only the people in their own neighborhood. When it comes to bus fares and other district matters, those proposals hit a brick wall. So now we will see balanced participation that will be good for people. No bread and butter issue is too trivial. So with the improved system, DCs can focus on district matters and give people a better life. President has so submit and support the District Council's Amendment Bill 2023 and all the amendments. Mr. Chu Kwok-keung. Thank you. I support the District Council's Amendment Bill 2023. This bill shows we adopt this executive-led model. We uphold national security. We implement patriots administering Hong Kong. We had flaws in the DC system, so now we take a targeted approach to fix it. We put things right. We now have the improved systems, and this proposal ties in with our future development so that there will be better ways to serve the people, and we can ensure better policy delivery. And we are also removing the risks and hurdles with a top-down approach. The new system can better support government policies. Through DCs, the government will get a better sense of what people think, so that policies will be better in line with what people need. In the past, DCs were a place of ridiculous scenes. Other members have discussed them in detail, so I won't go over them again. This bill fixes a problem where DCs were hijacked by people for political ends. There were those trying to disrupt our city through DCs. We will have the eligibility review committee. There will also be the performance monitoring mechanism. We now can put things right so that those opposing China trying to disrupt our city will be shut out. The reformed DCs can help improve district governance. We can ensure patriots administering Hong Kong so that DCs can return to their role of serving the districts and serving the people. The reformed DCs will see DC members returned through different constituencies. Constituencies will be merged from smaller constituencies into larger ones. In the past, you will have one DC member for just a housing estate, and then we can fix the silo mentality of the past. In the future, DC members will look at the big picture. The improved system also means district stakeholders can stay focused on discussing projects beneficial for the people. They can meet district needs, they do their job. That way, they build up public trust and acceptance of the DCs. That's how we can have vitality and vibrancy in the districts. President, I support the amendment, I support the bill, I so submit.
Mr. Porter, President, on the website in November 2020, the NPC website talked about the election of village representatives. It says to the effect that, well, the village people live together. They know best about what's happening in the village, who's honest, who's not, who's working for the villagers. Villagers also know that who will be a good manager and executive. They know that who is best put in office to represent the interest of the village to ensure stability and development. And that is the statement written in relation to a village representative. That is the ideal. And that is also the full democratic election. In Hong Kong, we've gone through 2 decades of experiment. Well, for the appointment system, it was halted in 1994, and 2016 now is brought back to life. Well, of course, when you want to right the wrong, you end up overdoing it, and that is natural. With the loose structure in the past, we now need the national security law. We need to tighten the grip. If you've been a gardener, you know that even with good intentions, if you don't take care of your garden and you let it grow on its own, then the weeds would take over. You need to weed your garden, and that is exactly what's happening here. Yes, there are controversies in this proposal. There may be changes that the public feel uncomfortable. We will see significant changes in the next term, but it is necessary. As Mr. Deng Xiaoping said, well, if the times are not favorable, then you can't allow the best people to do what they're good at. And I'm sure that in this proposal, on different areas, say for example, the focus, the roles and functions are different. District councillors will coordinate and work for the government instead of monitoring the government. Well, when it comes to power, regarding funding allocation, the district minor work, the DCs will not play any more roles. People may have different views. But objectively speaking, there is a reduction in democracy. Government will have more power. We have this performance monitoring mechanism. There will be tasks given to district councillors by the government. There will be instructions, there will be sanctions, there will be tasks to collect views for reports. So they have lost their autonomy. They're now more passive. Some suggest that the name might as well be changed. It should be changed to District Board, District Consultative Council. These names might be more appropriate. According to the official version, changing the name will cause confusion and not preferable. Mr. Chen Hofeng talked about sense of satisfaction. I don't know whether there will be more or less of satisfaction after the change. But when it comes to different areas, I think that you feel very differently. I am a member of the red team. I would like the government to listen to the red team, pay attention to the finer details in the operation. Overlapping of roles. There are 3 committees and 3 components under the district council. On top of that, there is the care team, there is the task force, there is the steering committee, chaired by the deputy chief secretary and the chief secretary respectively. There may be some overlapping of roles and functions. You need to think about coordination. Another point is resource allocation. I'm afraid that in the future you may receive the same remuneration, but the workload is different. For directly elected members, and there is a wide electoral base. In 2025, we'll see the first review, because the administration would like to accumulate experience. But how do you make sure that there is an even distribution of workload? That's another test. Thirdly, according to the paper, joint offices are encouraged. Indirectly elected members can also directly participate in district affairs and reach out to their constituents. There may be an indicator on the number of consultations, attendance in residence meetings. These indicators will be in black and white. But what about operation? We wait for the details. Back to the joint offices. How do you encourage them to be set up? Would there be dedicated funds, especially for appointed members and indirectly elected members? You only receive the allowance if you set up a joint office. But what about waiting? Is something else to consider. At the beginning of this term of LegCo, some members received reminders that they need to set up ward offices in the district. What I learned is that if you're not a directly elected member, or if you don't have district work background, what you do in these ward offices may be superficial. I think district councillors in the future will be in the same situation. I advise that they don't just go through the motion by meeting the number of street booths set up and meeting a certain number of sessions. I'm running out of time, and I'd like to say this. Article 97 of the Basic Law states very clearly that district councils is a consultative body. Some people say that it should be dispensed with. We have district bodies. There's no need to allocate resources, spend resources on district councils. But according to the chief executive, given Hong Kong's situation, district councils have been evolving over the years. If they are removed, then Hong Kong people might not be used to it. But don't forget that Article 97 says that district organizations are not organs of political power. They are just to be consulted. But at the beginning, as I said at the outset about the standard on the mainland for democracy on an elementary level, well, there may be no rule setting what is to be done, but it doesn't say that you can't do it. You may overcorrect. Now, of course, if you've overshot, then you just do a U-turn and come back. And I hope that you stick to the right direction and not get lost. You will have to meet the requirements of 45, 68, just like LegCo and CE election. For elementary level, you need to train political talent. Yes, you may feel that you need to overcorrect, but don't forget that you need to move along the path of democracy, so to enable residents to participate more, to feel that they're stakeholders, because this is where Hong Kong becomes a success. Mr. Kingsley Wong. Thank you, President. The FTU supports the bill. Our chairperson, Mr. Stanley Ng, has already spoken. I'd like to supplement. Regarding the composition, well, there will be 470 seats, 179 of them will be appointed by the chief executive on meritocracy. They will be patriots. The composition of district council should be broadly representative. Members should come from grassroots levels, professionals, district bodies, and the highest organ of power, that is the CPPCC and the NPC. We see representatives from ethnic minorities, young people, women, farmers. They participate in political discussion and national governance. This ensures broad representation, and it also gives equal participation for different sectors. In the past, those with public offices are teachers, principals, architects, accountants, engineers. You don't see that many grassroots professions. When it comes to district affairs, you need people who know very well about the district and about its people, and to act as a communication conduit between the government and the public. This will ensure that the government will feel the pulse of the district best. So you need to take into account district personalities, workers. You need to bring every different sectors together to enhance district governance. Chairperson of the DC will be the district officer. There is also the Steering Committee on District Governance headed by the Chief Secretary. Well, executive-led governance should be is to be put in place. District affairs and problems will be resolved on the district level. We wait to see the results. I think there is an inadequacy here by not requiring district councillors or prospective ones to have a certain nationality. Well, in the past, we've seen that a lot of people from the mutual destruction camp hold foreign passports. They ran away to foreign countries. So we need to ensure that political participants should all be patriots. The requirement on nationality will remove the doubt of dual allegiance. It is also a good constitutional safeguard against interference of foreign forces. The new proposal will attract people of high caliber, but you need to ensure that there will be patriots in the system. You need to set a high standard to make sure that national security is safeguarded. I speak to support the amendment bill. Thank you.
Mr. Edward Leung. Thank you, President. I speak in support of the District Council's Amendment Bill 2023. Mr. Xia Baolong, the director of the Hong Kong and Macau office, said that district councils cannot be hijacked by anti-China destabilizing elements anymore. So the reforms are a response to that call to action. Now, why we support this bill? It is because we focus on real democratic process rather than democracy at a superficial level. In the past, democracy only manifests itself in election only or more narrowly at the moment of vote. Now, even when you have cast your vote, even if you are regret with your choice, you have to endure the person for 4 years. Now, there were elected council members saying abusive things like no blue ribbons and dogs are allowed into their ward offices. A lot of residents were aggrieved. However, there was nothing to be done because that was the loophole. We are supposed to have 479 DC members serving us now. In the end, some 300 of them resigned because they were unwilling to pledge allegiance to the Hong Kong SAR and bear allegiance to the Basic Law. Some of them were disqualified. So the vote cast ended up wasted. This is not the form of democracy we hope to see. Now, this reform will fill the loophole. The bill empowers the Secretary for Home and Youth Affairs to monitor the behavior of DC members. The Secretary can issue clear guidelines on the expected behaviors of DC members to ensure that they're not stepping beyond the line prescribed. And also, it will clearly specify that any suspected breaches can be investigated immediately, and there will be appropriate sanctions for that. This will ensure that DC members' behaviors will be subject to the monitoring of society as a whole. If their standard falls below the acceptable standard, complaints can be made to the HYAB, and then investigation can immediately start. So we don't have to wait for 4 years anymore. Now, under the new term of the government, HYAB and the HAD have stepped up coordination with district councils. This is a positive change. So I look forward to the new DCs led by district officers. The entire advisory and functional organizations will be given a more important role. Now, this is in response to the 4 aspirations, the 4 proposals, and the 4 musts proposed by President Xi in his keynote speech on the 1st of July. The purpose of our strive is to bring better life to people. Thank you. Mr. Ambrose Lam. President, concerning the composition of district councils, some friends asked me about the lack of democratic elements in the proposed reform. There are only so few directly elected seats, so they might have as well cancelled it. Well, the Basic Law never said that district councils must be elected through direct selection. Now, according to the Basic Law, there are the selection and formulation of district bodies must comply with the Basic Law. I think that the new proposals are in line with the Basic Law. Now, many people think that there can be no democracy without an election. Well, if you look at the early history of the United States, you can see that political parties are only serving their sponsors, and some unscrupulous elements would enter the parliament to harm people's well-being. Now, the first president of the United States, Mr. Washington, said in his speech that party politics will make the governments unmanageable, and they may cause rebellions or even create a loophole for external powers and corrupted elements. The country may be controlled by external elements. Now, in 2017, the Harvard University said in a report that we have to understand why the election system cannot meet the aspirations of the people. First, we have to understand that the election system in the US is functioning as it is intended. The real issue is the design is never to serve the people, but to serve parties and their sponsors. And when these sponsors are external powers, they will help these parties win the election and in turn control the government. According to the associate professor an associate professor in the HKU, the US is the country influencing most in other places' election. Now, between 1946 and 2000, there were 81 occasions where the U.S. government influenced in other elections in other places, accounting for 89% of such cases. Now, during the Black Lat violence era, there were external powers influencing Hong Kong, and there were DC members openly calling for external influence. Now, they are exactly what President Washington warned against in his speech. DC members returned as geographical constituencies are important in conveying residents' views. However, sometimes they only talk and talk. They don't have any experience in politics. They want the seats with their mouth, but then they could not serve the public. Now, that's what we saw after 2019. And also, under the bill, appointed members will come from a wide range of expertise. They will be from the business sector, the social welfare sector, and so on. They are experienced in serving society and have been serving the public in many capacities. They are in touch with society and the problems we are facing. So they will help expanding the government's perspective in formulation of policy. These policies will be more in touch, and they will also help promote the government's policies to the community. For indirectly elected members, they will come from the three committees. They represent law and order, fire safety, and arts and culture in districts. They will be at a good position to represent these aspects, residents' views on these aspects to the government. Now, more importantly, district councils will return to the advisory function enshrined in the Basic Law. DC members will focus on livelihood issues. They will not be allowed to politicize things anymore and advocate Hong Kong independence. Thank you. I so submit.
Dr. Simon Lee. Thank you, President. On this bill, many members have spoken. They mentioned Article 97 of the Basic Law. Let me talk about how this provision was drafted. I want to talk about the thought process. The Basic Law was drafted through 9 drafts. We focus on district councils today, but we should also take a broader view. It's not just about the DCs. It's also about district governance and district bodies in general. And when the Basic Law was drafted, there was in-depth discussion over several things. First, the district councils or the district boards back then, and then the area committees, mutual aid committees, neighborhood associations, owners, corporations. There was discussion on how these bodies interacted with one another, how these bodies should be coordinated, etc. They were discussed. So now we are coming back to some of the points discussed back then. Now, how advisory bodies interact with district board. Advisory bodies cover many things. Some cover specialized areas. We talked about those looking at airport management and traffic matters, development of healthcare. The discussion showed district councils are meant to be advisory in nature. But there's a distinction. So DCs are advisory in nature in the sense that they focus on districts rather than focus on a single area of issues. This was brought up during the discussions back then. Now, there's another point, and this is something about how the district boards back then would interact with the legislature. The legislature would look at citywide issues, whereas the district boards back then would help the government with dealing with district matters. So in the 7th draft of the Basic Law, the functions of the district boards back then were clearly set out. That is, the functions would be advisory in nature. Otherwise, we would end up mixing up this administration with legislation. Now, the fourth level of relationship, how district boards back then would interact with the government. The district boards back then were supposed to be district organizations coordinating things for the government. The government was supposed to work through the district boards back then to encourage activities at the district level. There's a legislature, there were other district bodies, then there were the district boards. There was a discussion on how these bodies would interact with one another. A conclusion was reached on the functions of the district boards back then. Many plans were put forward. Some proposed district level political power. Back then, they talked about district administration. But then this plan was voted down. 1838, there was the health board, and then the urban council, and then later there was an association on industry and commerce, and then 1946 there was a Sir Mark Young plan, and there was a plan about the prototype of the urban council. But then by 1952 this was scrapped. So when you look at the course of history, people back then decided not to have district administration. Another thing discussed was whether to remove the text that reads "not organs of political power," but this provision was kept, and this remained part of Article 97. So the conclusion was the district boards or the district back then and the district councils today are not meant to be organs of political power. Others wonder whether we should have a deeper discussion and whether we should have a clearer definition on what it means by not organs of political power. Now, there were different drafts, and then we got what we have. When you look at Article 97, you have two parts. First, not organs of political power, and second, to be consulted by the government on district administration. So on that basis, you get a clear definition. District organizations have to perform functions. It's to be consulted. It can make decisions within its terms of reference. And third, it can undertake administration within its terms of reference. And then in the first draft of the Basic Law, 4 functions were set out. First, monitoring municipal matters. And second, as a bridge between the government and the people. Third, to be consulted when needed. And fourth, encouraging people's engagement and participation in civic affairs. So these are things discussed when the Basic Law was drafted. I believe the proposal now is in line with the original intent of the Basic Law. I so submit. Dr. Junius Ho. President, I support this bill. I commend Mr. Eric Tsang for his leadership. He led the Constitutional and Mainland Affairs Office in delivering great results. I'm not trying to butter him up. He has earned this praise. Within just 1 year, we completed consultation and drafting and scrutiny of the bill, and now we are resuming a second reading. And I don't think there are any issues with the bill, and this bill will be passed after second and third readings. With this bill, we want to put things right. We want to plug the loopholes in the law. We want to prevent the unpatriotic people who don't love Hong Kong, people with ulterior motives who don't want to hold back our democratic process. We want to prevent these people from entering district councils. We weighed the pros and cons and arrived at this conclusion, and we came up with this plan. This way, district councils will not become platforms or calls for Hong Kong independence again. Let's cast our mind back to 2019. It was a coup. The government back then lacked the foresight. Given the turbulent times, the government back then allowed the DC councils to go ahead. There was immense chaos. It's worse than something you would see in the cinema. The government back then told us it was fine. It was anything but not okay. Fortunately, there were patriotic people. Our motherland also offered staunch support, and we put an end to that coup. But let's not forget the lesson. Let's not be in denial. And if we think everything's fine, then we're simply being foolish. We cannot live in denial, because doing that will lead to greater harm down the road, and that may even be our own demise. This bill is there to fix the defect in the system. We plug the loophole so that people can no longer call for Hong Kong independence in the DCs. We want to put in place patriots administering Hong Kong. The government needs to monitor the DCs. In the future, district officers will serve like mini chief executives. In the past, the DOs would just sit there, did nothing, agree to everything the DC chairman said. Now, the DOs will serve a purpose. The DOs will be there to monitor the DC members. Back then, we had populism. Social elites were driven away by the populists. In the future, we will have appointed seats, the DCC constituencies. These distinguished people will get to re-enter the DCs, and that's a good move. Now, some people may wonder, are we doing this Damascene conversion? On the face of it, we had one person, one vote. All electoral members agreed to that measure. There were the needs specific to the times back then, but now stability is above everything. We're not doing one person, one vote, but it's justified. This is not a regression. We are moving forward. We learned our mistakes and then we fix it. That's what matters. We need to guard against the unpatriotic people who have no love for Hong Kong. They're still lurking around. They're silent today because they're saying they're submitting to the pressure. But they are lurking and they're seeking the time to make a comeback. So we need to guard against them. President, I also call on government departments to learn from the Constitutional and Mainland Affairs Bureau, show resolve in fixing other important issues. First, under the national security law, we need to legislate for Article 23 of the Basic Law soon. This is important. So we need to get certain work done by a certain time, and this has to be done. Second, we need to improve our other laws like the Criminal Procedure Ordinance. There's wording, phrases like the Crown, Royal, the Queen. These words like Her Majesty, the Queen, they still show up in the ordinance. Why aren't we taking them out? It's a few keyboard strokes and you can take them out. 26 years after the handover, the government told us we still have to explore this. What sort of mindset is this? If you're short-staffed, come to LegCo for the approval, hire more people, get the work done. What kind of mindset is causing this kind of delay? Who's to blame for this? Third, we talk about history. We had a discussion, but that was it. It fell by the wayside. What we said mattered. The Secretary for Education told us history cannot become a mandatory subject or core subject, but she should be held to account for this. How can we ignore Chinese history? We need to know where our roots lie. I said last time, someone from Africa was a victim of human smuggling, and this person made his way to the US. People there took their roots seriously, but we neglect that. Who's to blame for this? I hope the government departments can catch up, make up for lost time, learn from the constitutional and mainland affairs, take the result-oriented approach. As the chief executive said, we cannot ignore what the CE told us. His words matter. Dr. Ho, next week we will have the interactive consultative Q&A session. You can save your remarks for the chief executive. Thank you, President. I will stop here. I support the District Council's Amendment Bill 2023. I so submit.
Ms. Wendy Hong, thank you, President. I wasn't going to speak, but Mr. Junis Ho said that I should say something. So I'm on my feet now. I support the District Council's Amendment Bill 2023. Dozens of members have spoken. They have in-depth analyzed the scope, function, and roles of district councils, the chaos back in 2019, and reasons for supporting the bill. I echo their views. District councils is a very important organ that feel and hear the public. So the health of the structure shows the health of the entire body. They are capillaries. Capillaries are not the artery or the vein, but they are very important, and they transport oxygen to the main arteries. Without these capillaries, then blood circulation will break down. District councils are the capillaries of a body. They link up all the different parts of a body. The proposal has righted wrong. I fully support the proposal. I so submit. Does any other member wish to speak?
If not, I now call upon the Secretary for Home and Youth Affairs to speak, and then call upon the Secretary for Constitutional and Mainland Affairs to reply. Then the debate will come to a close. Secretary for Home and Youth Affairs. President, under the joint efforts of the Government and the Legislative Council, the District Council's Amendment Bill 2023 is receiving its second reading today. This is an important milestone of the government's efforts to improve district governance. The timetable of this exercise is very tight. Thanks to the trust of the central government, the scrutiny work of the bill committee was completed swiftly with the support of the Legislative Council and the support of different sectors in the territory. It highlighted the constructive interactions between patriots and the commitment and can-do spirit shown by our patriots. President, I've joined DC since 1993. I have been serving for some 30 years in district councils. I was an appointed member who then became a directly elected member. I was also the deputy chairman of the DC. I witnessed firsthand how district councils have deviated from its original intention. I was aggrieved. Everything was politicized. In the past, political organizations were able to cooperate on livelihood issues. However, in the recent decade, the situation has deteriorated. from cooperation to lack of cooperation, from lack of cooperation to non-cooperation, from non-cooperation to a full-blown rebellion. District Council has become a political tool for anti-China destabilizing elements. They infiltrated the community, they endangered national security, caused chaos, and gave birth to black-clad violence. They attacked the government's governance and deviated district councils from its track, which is an organ without political power. They caused a rift in society and undermine district development. We can never allow these black sheep to find a way into DCs and undermine our benefits again. Now, that's why we propose to enhance district governance for safeguarding national security, enhancing Hong Kong's harmony, and enhance district governance. We follow three guiding principles, that is, adhering to the one country, two systems principle steadfastly, implementing patriots administering Hong Kong, and promoting a dual-track reform under executive-led approach. First, reforming district councils. We are restoring rights from an institutional level. District councils will return to its positioning under Article 97 of the Basic Law. Second, enhancing district governance structure. From a higher echelon, we will enhance coordination and implement executive-led governance to enhance district governance. District council members will persevere in serving the public and address livelihood issues. Since the announcement of the proposal, our team has been interviewed extensively by the media. We have attended over 100 sharing sessions. We have set up street booths in communities to reach out to the residents. DOs, together with members in the three committees, have braved the summer heat and rain and set up street booths over the territory to explain the plans to the people. We have also reach out to 40 secondary schools and 160 youth services centers to explain our plans to the youth. Now, we thank patriotic bodies which have established the alliance in support of enhancing district governance in Hong Kong. In 5 months' time, 1.6 million people's signatures were collected in support of the plan. Now, over the span of half a month's time where we invited public submissions, the HAD has received over 25,000 submissions. Over 99% of them were in support of our measures. It shows that the people are in support of the plan. In the deliberation process, members have put forward important views. Now, I would like to address some salient points on the bill. First, the bill will enhance the consultation and service functions of district councils. Now, the functions have been increased from 2 to 9. Now, it will return district councils to the original positioning, that is, district organizations which are not organs of political party. They will play a supporting role in the governance. Under the executive-led principle, it will keep in touch with people, tap the powers of the community for the government, and offer services to the people. Now, no matter how DC members are returned, they will have to go deep into the community, listen to people's views, and tap the pulse for the governments. This will allow the government to address people's livelihoods issues swiftly and roll out measures which meet their needs. Another key proposal is that DOs will be chaired by district officers. They will be empowered to guide district council's work for ensuring executive-led system. This will also allow better coordination between the district councils, the three committees, and the community care teams. Together, they will form a district governance system, reaching directly to the grassroots people. DCs will constantly care for the people and address real issues faced by people. On community care teams, Ms. Eunice Yong said that there were rumors that you have to quit community care teams to become DC members. Well, we do not intend to set such a requirement. Well, we just ask potential candidates to think about the potential workload. Now, on the duties of district officers and also their level of involvement in district affairs, I have to stress that district officers are not fighting a lonely battle. They are supported by other staff in the HAD. We are working as a team. We will ensure continuity of district works and give full consideration to the unique characteristics of the district. DOs are given a heavy task. We will offer adequate support to them, and the posts will be filled by civil servants who have a sense of mission, passion, and leadership. Now, on the selection, the change in the selection method of DC members, especially appointed members. As I said in my speech 10 years ago in this same chamber, appointed members are valuable in their own way. We cannot neglect their contribution. We need people equipped with expertise who are closely connected with the ecosystem in the district. They don't serve a fixed constituency, so they will not be fixated on their own constituency. They can adopt a cross-constituency mindset to serve the entire district. And also, many capable persons are not willing or adapted to run an election. And also, many young people, including fresh graduates like me in the past, did not have resources to run in election. As a result, potential were unfulfilled. Now, by changing the selection method, we can allow more patriots and capable people to enter DCs. Now, the future DCs will be comprised of appointed members, members from the three committees, and also ex-official and geographically directly elected members. These will be people who are patriots with an affection for Hong Kong. They are willing to do real work for the community. Now, there will be more channels for DC members to gauge residents' views so that the governments can consider issues from a three-dimensional perspective. And also, residents will have more choices when they need help from DC members. And also, members were concerned about the selection mechanism and composition of DCs. The governments will follow the meritocracy principle and pay attention to the actual development needs of various districts. Patriots with an affection for Hong Kong will be selected to the seats, considering their political integrity, their representativeness, and their connectivity. As mentioned by Mrs. Regina Ip, the purpose is to enhance the overall capacity of DCs. Now, like a lot of members said, I agree that we are righting the wrongs, but we are not overdoing it. As mentioned by Mr. Martin Liao, the basic law has never prescribed for the selection method of DC members. President, over the years where I have served in the district, there were always residents coming to me for help because the DC members representing them were unwilling to help them or were simply nowhere to be found. I've seen members who were only active during election period and then they would disappear. Their ward offices were never open and they would only appear once in meetings every 3 months and then continue to collect their payments. In every term, there were always a couple of such invisible district councillors who only show up during election and disappear afterwards. Now, with the performance monitoring mechanism, we can ensure that there is monitoring of their performance. In Western countries, politicians would rile up electors and give up on them afterwards. We don't want that in Hong Kong. No matter how members are returned, they will be people who stay true to their duties. This is an important process in realizing the whole process people's democracy in Hong Kong. Now, considering members' concern over whether the supervisory committee is empowered with sufficient power to conduct investigation, we will move amendments so that the Secretary for Home and Youth Affairs will be empowered to issue guidelines on the enforcement of this provision. We will also consider Mr. Lai Tong Kwok's suggestion. Subject to the passage of the bill, we will immediately start preparing for the 7th District Council election. We will issue the administration guidelines on monitoring the performance of DC members and amend DC standing orders and so on. The HYAB will also assist the CE in identifying capable patriots. Now, we have received a lot of valuable views from members since the bill was introduced to Electrical on the 31st of May. In the span of 6 days, 9 meetings, running a total of 18 hours were held by the Bills Committee. Constructive views were put forward. Now, the full cooperation of the Legislative Council shows that members are highly concerned about improving district governance. I give you my heartfelt thanks. Now, in the past, there were a lot of political opportunists who derelict their duties. They pay no regards to livelihood issues. However, during election, they would rile people up and cause confrontation to get votes. And for personal gains, they even endanger national security and harmony of the society. Now, I hope members will support the passage of this bill so that we can draw a curtain on the political drama which has plagued Hong Kong for many years. We want to allow people with passion who want to serve to come in to serve the public. Now, imagine after the 1st of July next year, we will have 470 diligent district council members plus the 400 members in the community care teams and the free committees. They will be serving our people wholeheartedly and working for people's benefits. They will help people to gain happiness and achieve sense of gains. And this is a new chapter for Hong Kong's district governance, marked with good governance and the success of one country, two systems, and long-term stability. I so submit, I urge members to support the bill.
Secretary for Constitutional and Mainland Affairs. President, 2 months ago, I moved the second reading of this bill. I had said this. Here, I submitted this bill. This was more than just a government bill. It also represented the fervent hopes and aspirations of everyone for a better life and social harmony. 2019 saw the anti-extradition bill saga with black-clad riots. Anti-China forces ran amok and trampled rules underfoot inside and outside Electrical. Then came 3 years of COVID that left people struggling to cope. Now, the public truly wanted social harmony, stability, and economic recovery for everyone to get back on their feet and go about their lives. With these hopes and aspirations in mind, my team and I very much looked forward to working with Electrical members to scrutinize the bill with great care. This way, we could ensure the new term of district councils with an entirely new setup, a diverse makeup, and bright minds joining hands would start on January 1st next year as planned to reflect the spirit of patriots administering Hong Kong and to demonstrate the responsibility and the commitment in starting a new chapter for Hong Kong. I thank Electrical members for their full support during the scrutiny. The proposal came out on May 5th. The panel on Home Affairs, Culture and Sports acted swiftly by setting up a joint meeting with the panel on Constitutional Affairs on May 4th to discuss the proposal. The next day, the House Committee agreed to set up a special subcommittee which met for 4 hours in total over 2 sessions on May 12th and 16th respectively. The meetings featured an in-depth discussion on policy matters and principles of the proposal. The bill was then tabled at Electrical for the first and second readings on May 31st. Right after, the subcommittee turned into a Bills Committee to get on with the clause-by-clause scrutiny. 9 sessions of meetings totaling 16 hours were held over 7 working days. The scrutiny was done on June 13th. Throughout the work, members displayed dedication, initiative, professionalism, and pragmatism. They offered many helpful comments and constructive advice on the bill's clauses and operation. Meanwhile, the government listened with humility and proposed amendments with pragmatism. Throughout the scrutiny, I was deeply impressed. Inside Electrical, officials and Electrical members had rational exchanges over practical matters. Outside LegCo, the community trusted the government, understood our goal, and remained accommodating. Here, let me thank the central government for its great insight and foresight by decisively intervening in Hong Kong's toughest and most troubled moment. The national security law came as a stabilizing force that turned the tide. The improved electoral system enabled patriots to join hands and give full play to their strength to shape a new era. The executive authorities and the legislature used to be at loggerheads. On the united front of patriots, though, the government and LegCo members rose to challenges in a tireless and collective effort to deliver better development for people across districts. Officials and lawmakers inspired and motivated one another to do better, achieving the result of 1 + 1 adding up to greater than 2. That's exactly what the central government expects of us. That's also the secret to good governance. President Xi Jinping said he and the central government always had in their thoughts the compatriots in Hong Kong, while Hong Kong's development was also always close to President Xi's heart. In Hong Kong's hour of need, our motherland always stood ready to give its staunchest support and always served as the most welcoming port in a storm. Here, I thank President Xi Jinping again for his solicitude and guidance. I thank the central government too for its selfless support. We must cherish the hard-earned, favorable position achieved with the central government's full support. During this amendment exercise, we spent 2 months explaining the bill to people, and then we had 2 days of thorough debate. Just then, Ms. Alice Mack has also elaborated on the bill. I believe LegCo and the community as a whole are now very familiar with the background, the details, and the merits of the reform plan. I do not propose to go over the details again. Let me stress one point. This plan to reform district councils and improve the district governance system shows the new term of government is sincere about delivering well-being for the people. This is also about renewing our governance institutions and proposing our vision and blueprint of delivering a better life for the people. We all know the new term of government is known for its pragmatism, initiative, focus on delivery, can-do spirit, and result-oriented approach. From day one, the current term government has worked against the clock for results. We ushered in a new era, built a new atmosphere, fostered a new culture. Undaunted, unfazed, and undeterred, we tackled every problem head-on. Within just 1 year, we reconnected with the world, safeguarded national security, integrated into our country, grew the economy, built public housing, eased people's hardship, attracted firms, and brought talent here. Work started on meaningful projects, pressing items, and thorny issues one after another. That yielded results over time. The achievements speak for themselves. We are convinced that perseverance and sustained effort matter. A people-centric approach, a focus on bread-and-butter issues, and delivering on real needs matter. We need to grow the economy while easing people's hardship. We must resolve issues of the greatest interest, relevance, and practical implications to people. We must meet people's most basic and pressing needs in life. Deliver on the public's needs, and then people will get a stronger sense of happiness, gain, and well-being. This will also mean greater trust in the government and support for it. This way, we will see a more solid basis for social harmony. We will be better placed to bring people together in a concerted effort to achieve successful Hong Kong, support our country's development, and contribute to the great rejuvenation of our nation. No bread and butter issue is too trivial. We are all part of something bigger. Delivering for the people is the way to secure their support. With that, a community sticks together forever. The country is its people, while the people are the country. This is President Xi Jinping's profound remark of immense truth and wisdom. We will follow President Xi's guidance and bear in mind the precept of total dedication to serving the people. People's lives, safety, and well-being will always stay on top of our agenda. People's problems and aspirations will always be in our mind. We will work hard to deliver on bread and butter needs. To do that, we must first start with the institutions. That means improving the district governance system to boost its efficacy. President, I move that the second reading of the District Council's Amendment Bill 2023 be resumed. I hope members will fully support and pass the bill's second reading and the committee stage amendments I will move in a moment. Now, this is how they can support the government's effort to improve the district governance system so that the election and the preparations can follow. This is how the new term of DCs can be formed and start work on January 1st next year as scheduled. President, so submit. Thank you.
And I put the question to you that the District Council's Amendment Bill 2023 be read the second time. Will those in favour please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. District Council's Amendment Bill 2023. This council now becomes Committee of the Whole Council to consider the District Council's Amendment Bill 2023. Members may refer to the appendix to the script for the debate and voting arrangements for the bill. Members have been informed that the committee will conduct a joint debate on the clauses and the amendments, including the new clauses. I now propose the question to you that the following clauses stand part of the bill. Clauses 1 to 192. Secretary for Constitutional and Mainland Affairs will move amendments to amend a number of clauses and to add new clauses 90A and 156A. Members may refer to the appendix to the script for details of the amendments. Members may now proceed to a joint debate on the clauses and the amendment. I will first call upon the Secretary for Constitutional and Mainland Affairs to speak, but he's not required to move the amendment at this stage. Then I'll call upon members to speak. Upon the conclusion of the joint debate, the committee will first vote on the clauses with no amendments standing part of the bill, and then deal with the amendments under the arrangements set out in the appendix to the script. Secretary for Constitutional and Mainland Affairs. Chairman, there are 47 amendments moved by the administration. They are in response to the views expressed by members of the Bills Committee and the legal advisor. The Bills Committee expressed their support to these amendments. The SAR government is pragmatic. Upon hearing views from members, we move these amendments to improve the clarity and comprehensibility of the clauses. Once again, I thank the Bills Committee for performing their duty in the scrutiny of the bill. They have been pragmatic. We all work together to study the bill. And I will talk about the salient points of some amendments. First, in relation to the functions of functions, that is the new 4A. This clause clearly sets out the function of the District Council so that it will better perform the function set out in Article 97, that is, that District Council will be consulted by the government on district administration and other affairs. There was abundant discussion in the Bills Committee covering issues, say that the funding allocation provisions may be too extensive. So we will make it clear that applications can only be made for projects related to district councils. In relation to improvement of the drafting of 4A, we have looked into it. As we've explained in the Bills Committee, we think that the current way the provisions are drafted are clear enough to highlight the functions of the district council, to enable the district councils to help the government to plan and to organize district services. A number of members expressed concern about provisions on performance monitoring mechanism, including whether these provisions cover the powers and procedures for the supervisory committee. We propose to add 72B 1(1)(c) to empower the Secretary for Home and Youth Affairs for the implementation of Part 6A in relation to misconduct and sanction, that is 72C to E, issued guidelines. Apart from these, the other amendments are to improve the drafting of the provisions, to improve clarity, and to achieve consistency. They do not affect the policy intent. These cover the term of appointed members and ex-official members, eligibility of candidates, register of voters, and arrangements in relation to insufficient candidates or death of candidates. I've already presented these amendments. I've garnered support from members. I ask members to support these amendments. Thank you. Mr. Chen Siu-hong. Chairman, the bill has now reached the committee stage. We look at the amendments moved by the Secretary. I speak to support the clauses without amending standing part of the bill. First, I'd like to thank Mr. Martin Liu, the chairperson, and Mr. Lo Wai Kwok, the deputy, for leading the Bills Committee members in their discussion. And I'd also like to thank the CMAB as well as the HYAB as well as the colleagues from the Department of Justice for the work they have put in to enable the new term of district councils to be formed on the 1st of January next year, and to facilitate the abundance of preparation work. Over 1 week, the Bills Committee has held 9 meetings. The result is that we now have the second reading debate and the committee stage of the bill. Time was limited. All the parties have put in their best to ensure the completion of the scrutiny. Members have been very careful and prudent in the scrutiny of the bill. They've expressed their views with the endeavor put in by all the parties. All the provisions and wordings have been abundantly discussed. The government will propose a number of amendments upon hearing members' comments. We think that in the drafting of the Chinese version of the bill, there should not be a direct translation without taking into account the context in the Chinese version. Simple words and phrases should be chosen to make the provisions more easily comprehensible. The approach should not be a calcified one just to achieve consistency. And I'm happy to learn that members have, the administration will move amendments in response to members' views. And I'd like to talk about those relating to the performance monitoring mechanism, which is an important part under the proposal. If there are allegations against a district councillor of misconduct, the investigation procedure will be triggered. SHYA will appoint a supervisory committee to carry out an investigation. The Secretary will take into account the recommendations of the committee before imposing suitable sanctions. And in relation to Section 72B, that is issuance of guidelines by the Secretary on the behavior, misconduct, grounds for sanctions, these are empowering provisions. The Supervisory Committee will carry out investigations against allegations. Yes, under 72C, the composition is set out. But regarding collection of evidence and procedure is silent. For 72D and E, stipulate that the SHYA may, after considering the investigation result of the committee, consider imposing sanctions. The aggrieved member may lodge an appeal, but there is no detail set out in any other provisions. And I'm happy to learn from the administration that they have taken on board my concern, and they will make amendments to empower the Secretary to issue guidelines. The administration undertook that they will issue administrative guidelines as well. Of course, in the future, we don't want to see district councillors misconducting themselves. But should that happen, now we need to do something about it. And I ask the government to continue to review the situation and, if necessary, give more power to relevant parties. Mr. Stanley Ng. I thank the administration for listening to members. A number of them are proposed by the FTU. We have reached a stage when the success of district councils is not just about the legislative proposal. We need to make sure that the public will feel the difference with the new term of district councils. It is only natural and reasonable for members of the public to have high expectations of government officials and district councils. We need to give more sense of happiness, security, and gain to members of the public. FTU members will support the bill and the amendments. We will more actively take part in district governance to help the government and to make sure that new district councils will fulfill their roles and not fail the public. Thank you. Ms. Priscilla Leung. Chairman, this is the home stretch for the bill. You need to pay attention to details when it comes to doing something big. District governance is an important part. What we need to do next is to deliver our promises. District councils will be the test paper. The markers will be the public. We all need to work together to make sure that the public feel the difference. Stakeholders, including the government, secretaries, district officers, they are given more power. So I'd like to select 2 areas to speak on. I was not a member of the Bills Committee, but I'd like to take this opportunity to draw attention to certain issues. First, the appointment of district officers and the performance monitoring mechanism. These are important components when we see patriots administering Hong Kong and the executive-led governance. The chairperson will be the district officers. They play a very important role to ensure that messages are effectively passed to the parties involved and views are collected. I noticed in Appendix 11 or Enclosure 11, it says that for future district councillors, if they do not carry out the task or meet the targets given by the chairperson, that constitutes a dereliction of duty. That's rather specific. That's why I'd like to raise this point. I was once a district councillor and I've been teaching law for 18 years in a university before I became one. If you want to identify public-spirited, successful community personalities, I hope that there will be sufficient discussion for the parties to reach a consensus before the appointment. Without communications, people of the right caliber might worry that they may not meet may not be able to meet the standards, and as a result tarnishing their reputation. The second thing I'd like to draw your attention to is the important role of district officers. Well, my constituency is Kowloon West. District officers that I have crossed paths with play a very important role, and they took up a huge workload. In the future, they will be chairpersons. They will have to liaise amongst the different parties and take on a lot more work. Support should be given to them. Yes, district officers can be chairpersons. They are above partisan struggles or interests. Support should be rendered to district officers by more senior level. We see that district officers have been working very hard. I don't know about the details of their work in the future, but I think that we need to understand their work, and I hope that future district officers can be selected from people with huge potentials. I mean, district councillors can be selected from people who know about the district and people who the district need. And I thank the efficiency of the government in the proposal. This is my vote of confidence, I so speak.
Dr. Dennis Lam. Thank you, President. District councils are an important node in the government's delivery of district governance. Now, during the 2019 saga, DCs were abused by anti-China destabilizing elements. Livelihood issues were politicized. It shows that there are a lot of flaws in the election mechanism. It is necessary to reform how DC members are returned. I agree that we have to address the issue from an institutional level and enhance governance, district governance. Dr. Dennis Lam, we are now at the committee stage. We are deliberating on the amendments. Please speak on the amendments only. Now, the amendments will ensure that patriots will be administering Hong Kong. This is the original positioning as enshrined by the Basic Law. So I support the amendments bill, which will implement patriots administering Hong Kong principle to the last mile. Thank you. Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I now call upon the public officer to speak again. Secretary for Home and Youth Affairs. Secretary for Constitutional and Military Affairs. I have no further comments. We now first vote on the clauses with no amendments standing parts of the bill. I put the question to you that the clauses with no amendments are set out in the appendix to the script stand part of the bill. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. This committee now deals with the clauses with amendments. Secretary for Constitutional and Mainland Affairs, you may now move your amendments. Chairman, I move the amendments set out in the appendix to the script. I propose the question to you that the Secretary's amendments be passed. Those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the amendments passed. Clauses 1, 4 to 6, 13, 14, 16, 19, 21, 30, 35 to 37, 39, 49, 65, 66, 81, 86, 91, and 125 to 128 as amended. I now put the question to you that the clauses as amended just read out by the clerk stand part of the bill. With those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. We now deal with the new clauses. New Clause 90A, Rule 4 amended, form and substance of election petition. New Clause 156A, Section 97 amended, procedure after election fails. Secretary for Constitutional and Mainland Affairs, you may now move the second reading of the new clauses. Chairman, I move the second reading of the new clauses read out by the clerk. I propose the question to you that the new clauses read out by the clerk be read a second time. Those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by the majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. New clauses 90A and 156A. Secretary for Constitutional and Mainland Affairs. Chairman, I move the new clauses read out by the clerk. I propose the question to you that the new clauses read out by the clerk be added to the bill. With those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. All the proceedings on the District Council's Amendments Bill 2023 have been concluded in Committee of the Whole Council. Council now resumes. Secretary for Constitutional and Mainland Affairs. President, I now report to the Council that the District Council Amendments Bill 2023 has been passed by Committee of the Whole Council with amendments. I move the motion that this Council adopts the report. I now propose the question to you that the Secretary's motion be passed. With those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Third reading. District Council's Amendments Bill 2023. Secretary for Constitutional and Mainland Affairs. President, I move that the District Council's Amendments Bill 2023 be read the third time and do pass. I now propose the question to you that the District Council's Amendments Bill 2023 be read the third time and do pass. Mr. Martin Liao. President, 78 members have spoken on the District Council's Amendments Bill 2023. They spoke on the resumption of second reading debate, and 4 members have spoken during the committee stage. In general, members support the bill as well as the amendments moved by the Secretary for Constitutional and Mainland Affairs. LegCo members and DC members are bound by the duties to serve the well-being of the public. District councils embodies the aspirations of the people for a better life. I look forward to the implementation of the reform. After that, district councils will be returned to the right track as enshrined by Article 97 of the Basic Law. With a wider spectrum of elites serving in these seats, we can fully implement the spirit of patriots administering Hong Kong. Together with the Legislative Council, we can support the rule-based governance of the Hong Kong SAR government and better serve our fellow people. The government should implement an executive-led governance system to enhance the quality of districts' governance, coordinating different elements in the community to enhance the sense of gains and happiness of the people. I so submit I support the third reading of the bill. Ms. Dari Lee. President, I thank more than 1.61 million people who have signed in support of the reform. I also thank the Chief Executive, principal officials, fellow colleagues, and the Secretariat for your efforts. Very soon, we will pass the bill, but this is only the beginning. More importantly, we have to show the real benefits to the people, that the reformed DCs will be able to rise up to people's aspirations and enhance their sense of happiness and sense of gains. Also, district councils will continue to be an incubator for political talents. They will learn to be humble and walk among the people and better serve the public. After the passage of the bill, there are still a lot of work to be done. I urge the government to start preparing for the election as soon as possible and do not stop at publicizing the reform. This is a proposal which will benefit the people. We have to let the people know that so that they will participate in the election in the end of the year. Thank you. Mr. Chen Shihong. Thank you. I speak in support of the District Council's Amendments Bill 2023 and its first reading. Since reunification, the government has conducted several reforms on district governance. However, the efficiency of district councils have deteriorated and long-standing issues are still troubling us. Today, we are going to pass this bill. The roles and functions of DCs will return to the original intention under the Basic Law. This is a milestone of improvements in our district governance. Now, priority will be given to national security, and Patriot administering Hong Kong will be fully implemented, and also DCs will adopt an executive-led approach. The composition of DCs will comprise appointed seats, directly and indirectly elected seats. We can depoliticize district councils and attract talents who are willing to serve to join DCs. No more will there be candidates making empty promises to get votes. There will be no more political opportunists riling people up with empty political slogans. The new term of district council will be filled with patriots recognized by their professions and trades. They will serve the function of tapping the pulse of the community. Together with residents, they will formulate measures which fits the context of the district on a scientific basis. I so submit I support the third reading of the bill. Dr. Lo Wai Kwok. President, the District Council's Amendments Bill 2023 is going to receive its third reading. It is a historical moment. I believe other members feel the same. We are proud to stand witness to this historical moment. We are excited. Now, the Amendments Bill is a key step to improve our electoral system. By improving election of district councils, we can ensure that district councils can better serve the people and implement good governance. I urge the government that after the passage of this bill, very importantly, we have to improve the details and arrangements of election, including the polling process. We should rely on technology rather than making it so excruciating for so many people. I so submit. Dr. Priscilla Leung. President, I speak in support of the third reading of the bill. Now, in 2012, I supported the reform package, and I also supported the revocation or the cancellation of most appointed seats. Now, in 2023, we have another reform package. I want to tell Hong Kong people, you can only test the theory by testing it out in reality. Now, over the past 11 years, through implementation of the concept, we saw a regression in democracy and livelihood. Today, we are taking an important step towards better governance and better democracy. Every reform made is for furthering the development of Hong Kong. Now, I've served in DC in 2008. I served 3 years in DC. I learned a lot in my time in DC. It humbled me and it made me more in touch with people's wisdom. That's where wisdom lies. Now, we don't have to invite capable persons to run the election in order for them to serve the public anymore. Capable people can be appointed to DCs again. I believe that after the reform, DCs will once again gain the trust and applause of the people. I so submit. Thank you.
Does the public officer wish to respond? Secretary for Constitutional and Mainland Affairs. President, we've gone through 2 months of scrutiny. This bill will undergo the 3rd reading. Over the past 2 months, my colleagues and I worked non-stop. We explained the proposal. We got the widespread support and encouragement from many people. We were very much motivated. On behalf of my team, I thank the public for their support. With your encouragement, your signatures, your support, we are very much motivated. This gives us greater assurance, greater confidence, greater motivation to go ahead with improving district governance. I also thank media outlets and other sectors of community. I thank the members of the MPC and the CPPCC and also the Hung Yee Kok district councils, the district fight crime committees, district fire safety committees, and also area committees. I thank care teams, other district service bodies, and other community organizations, associations of fellow Chinese townsmen. And also I thank the Alliance in support of improving district governance. They supported the proposal, they gave us comments, and they helped out. They got volunteers to help us out. There was street booths, they braved the elements. They helped explain the proposal to people and gathered signatures from the people. This is the biggest acknowledgement of our work, and that gives us motivation. Mr. Martin Liao, the chairman of the Bills Committee, the deputy chairman was Dr. Lo Wai Kwok. Members scrutinized the bill with great care. This shows how the electoral has become so productive under the improved electoral system, and this points to the benefits of healthy interactions between the executive and the legislature. And we still have much work that lies ahead. There is important work ahead even after the passage of the bill. This includes we need to form the steering committee and the task force on district governance, one to be chaired by Chief Secretary, the other to be chaired by the Deputy Chief Secretary. We need to set the priorities. We need to sort out the livelihood policies and also work on the resource allocation. We need to provide steer and implement those measures. We also have to set the standing orders for district councils. We also have to set the guidelines on the behavior to be expected and what to do when someone falls below the guidelines. There also need to be procedural guidelines. We adopt the meritocracy principle. This means appointing capable, patriotic people so that we can have a representative district council so that they can give the government advice and serve the people. We're also preparing for the 2023 District Council's ordinary elections to ensure a fair, open, impartial elections so that the election can proceed in a smooth manner. We will also continue the publicity on improving district governance so that people will be informed of the end goal of the improvement. This means improving people's lives and delivering on people's needs. People want a better life. This is what we are striving towards as a goal. We will bear in mind people's well-being and safety will stay on top of our agenda. We need to start small to achieve big. We will be sincere in delivering real results for people and address their pressing matters. We will get work done so that people get a sense of gain and happiness and earn their recognition. President, I so submit. I hope members will support the passage of the third reading of this bill.
And I put the question to you that the District Council's Amendment Bill 2023 be read the third time and do pass. Mr. Martin Liao claims a division. The division bell will be rung for 5 minutes.
Please proceed to vote. Please check your vote. If everything's fine, the voting's closed. The results are on the screen. 89 in attendance, 88 in favor. I declare the motion passed. District Council's Amendment Bill 2023. This Council resumes the second reading debate on the Insurance Amendment Bill 2023. Mr. Chen Kin-po, Chairman of the Bills Committee on the bill, will first address the Council on the committee's report. Mr. Chen Kin-po. Thank you, President. As the Chairman of the Bills Committee on the Insurance Amendment Bill 2023, I now report on the highlights of the Bills Committee's deliberations. The bill seeks to amend the insurance ordinance and other related legislation to implement a risk-based capital regime or RBC regime for Hong Kong insurers. Members of the Bills Committee generally support the bill and will not move any amendment. Members discussed the merits of the proposed RBC regime, which would impose a lower capital requirement on insurers with more solid risk management measures. These firms were generally large insurers. Members were concerned whether the new regime would affect the competition in the insurance market. The government replied that the proposed RBC regime would feature a modular approach in assessing insurers' market risks, underwriting risks in life and general insurance, and operational risks. This meant a standardized approach for insurers. The modular approach would also come with capital and funding requirements more in line with the risk profile of each insurer. Under the new regime, insurers with more solid risk management measures and better management of assets and liabilities would enjoy a lower capital requirement. This would give insurers an incentive to beef up their risk management culture. The government stressed the RBC regime would not cause unfair competition for insurers in devising their operational strategies. The proposed regime had already taken into account the features, needs, and competitiveness of the insurance market. The new system would promote the healthy and sustainable development of the industry for the benefit of insurers in terms of their risk management strategies, policy holders in terms of their protection, and Hong Kong as an international risk management center. Members also wondered whether the new regime would create pressure for insurance premiums to go up, affecting the interests of policyholders. The government explained there was no direct link between the new regime and premium levels. There would be no need for an insurer strengthening its risk management to inject more capital under the new regime. Therefore, the new regime was not expected to have any notable impact on premiums. On the contrary, the requirement on insurers exposed to higher risks to hold more capital would mean market stability, which would better protect policyholders. Members asked if an insurer failed to meet the prescribed capital amount and the minimum capital amount, how the insurance authority would perform its regulatory duties. The government responded that insurers should meet the PCA requirement. Failure to do so would result in regulatory intervention from the IA based on an insurer's insolvency. The insurer may be required to submit a plan for restoring sound financial position. The insurer may be required to submit a plan. That is, if an insurer's capital fell to the MCA, the IA could exercise its strongest powers of intervention by requiring the insurer to submit a short-term financial plan for more immediate remedies. Insurers with capital below the MCA would be deemed insolvent and could become subject to winding up petitions from the IA. The bill required insurers in the general insurance business to appoint actuaries and obtain the IA's approval in doing so. The Bills Committee noted actuaries now on the market mainly serve the long-term insurance business. Insurers may have a hard time hiring actuaries for their general insurance business. Members asked the IA whether there would be flexibility with the requirement of appointing actuaries. The government explained that to go hand in hand with the RBC regime, the bill proposed extending the requirement of appointing actuaries from insurers' long-term business to general business. Insurers would have to submit regular actuarial reports to the IA. many general business insurers currently had to submit actuarial reports by qualified actuaries for specified classes of business, such as employees' compensation and motor insurance, under the IA's guidelines. These insurers may engage current actuaries for compliance with the new requirement. Besides, insurers could hire actuaries as in-house staff or as outsourced contractors. To cater to the actual development and operational needs of insurers, the bill also empowered the IA to exempt general business insurers from appointing actuaries and submitting actuarial reports in the light of individual circumstances to reduce the compliance costs for small insurers. The RBC regime would change the evaluation of insurers' liabilities, possibly affecting the assessable profits of some insurers in the form of a one-off increase in such profits. To ease the pressure on the cash flow of the affected insurers, the bill proposed to spread the tax assessment of these one-off increases over 5 years. Members noted some insurers were concerned about their tax implications under the RBC regime. In response, some insurers asked the government to allow them greater flexibility in calculating the one-off increase in assessable profit. The government explained that the spread-over arrangement in tax assessment was designed after research into practices in other tax jurisdictions, such as Singapore. The government also stressed this arrangement has struck a reasonable balance between financial burden on the affected insurers and actual operations in tax administration. The proposal would also enhance tax certainty and match the practice under the Inland Revenue Ordinance of allowing the deduction of insurers' certain capital expenditure over a period of 5 years. A uniform approach to the one-off increase in assessable profits could also avoid unnecessary dispute over divergent practices among insurers. President, here are my thoughts on this bill. This bill brings in the RBC regime. This is about beefing up oversight. This is also in line with international insurance standards. Insurers have to adopt a new financial arrangement, so it's a fundamental change. Many insurers are worried. They're worried about falling short of the new rules, and that may lead to issues. So the insurance authority played a key role. The IA helped insurers with the transition. I'm from the insurance sector. I thank the IA for its effort. Now we need to become an insurance aviation. We need to integrate it into our country's dual circulation strategy. So the insurance sector has to move with the times. This means improving the regulatory system. We also have to stay connected with international standards. Now, the International Insurance Regulatory Association issued guidelines. The mainland, the EU, Singapore also adopted the risk-based capital regime. So the local insurance scene should support this change. It's just about ensuring smooth transition, avoiding chaos. So the IA worked with the sector in running tests and making preparations. Some years ago, there were 3 studies on the quantitative implications. Data was submitted to the IA for an analysis. The systems fine-tuned. And the test showed most insurers could move to the new system in line with the international standards. The IA did great work with the study. Insurance got a sense of what the new rules were about. They could familiarize themselves with the new rules, so that allayed concerns. So the amendment was wrapped up with success. But the test also shows a small number of insurers may run into problems. So the IA will have regard to the situations and offer help when needed. The IA may exercise flexibility. So once the subsidiary legislation is made, there can be transitional arrangements such that the struggling insurers can meet the capital requirement. Now, some insurers worry there will be a change in how our liabilities will be valued, so that will affect the assessable profit. This means there may be a one-off increase or drop in the assessable profits, and this may affect their cash flow. So the government learned from Singapore's practice, spreading the one-off increase over 5 years. The government was responsive. It helped the insurers address a real problem. President, this is a successful amendment exercise. The government, the regulator, and the insurers stayed in touch. Even with a complex issue like changing the capital regime, the exercise succeeded. The departments should learn from this experience and improve its governance.
Mr. Ronnie Chan. President, in the modern economy, the insurance sector plays an important role. By providing a wide range of insurance products, we are managing the risk for individuals and businesses. Life insurance, property insurance, and business insurance. In case of catastrophe or accidents, our insurance policies will offer protection for the clients. Now, capital resources are essential for insurers to be able to pay for the claims when there are catastrophes. All along, the regulators have a series of capital requirements on insurers with a view to ensuring that insurers have the resources to discharge their responsibilities under the policies. Now, these are all for ensuring the stability and operability of the insurers. Now, under the insurance ordinance, a risk-based capital regime has been set up for insurers. However, the solvency margin has not taken into account the potential risk brought about by the insurers. Now, the risk-based capital regime implemented by the insurance authority is aligned with international standards as well as the regulatory requirements on the banking industry. Now, it is about implementing the first and third pillars of the RBC regime to adjust the requirements on appointments of actuaries and also regulate insurers where it is established outside Hong Kong, but with a majority of its business in Hong Kong. The capital requirements would be aligned with local insurers. Now, I'm also a member of the BC. Members are concerned about, after the passage of the bill, insurers with less risk and a sounder capital reserve situation would enjoy less requirements on capital ratio. Now, for important financial institutions, if it is a structural financial institution, it will come with a higher capital requirement. Now, it seems that the new regime is reasonable. However, it will offer no incentive for insurers to enhance its capital reserve. Now, we should not take these lightly. And recently, we have seen bank failures, including the Silicon Valley banks and also Credit Suisse. These are cases where the banks have neglected the importance of capital resources. Now, I've asked why we are not also regulating on other issues. Now, the government explained that Pillar 1 and Pillar 3 are the statutory minimum requirements applicable to all insurers. Pillar 2, however, is in relation to internal assessments and governance. The requirements would depend on the complexity of the business of insurers and their strategies. So it is better to implement Pillar 2 via guidelines issued by the IA. Now, I think the bill has struck a balance between all factors. It has taken into consideration the reality of the insurance business. I support the Insurance Amendments Bill 2023. Mr. Chen Pui-Leung, thank you. The insurance business plays a unique and important role in our financial services market. It offers protection to individuals and businesses against risk. Now, the payment ability of insurers are important. Now, this RBC regime will help enhance insurers' risk adversity and enhance the financial robustness of insurers, thus offering better protection to to policyholders. Now, insurers with higher risk will have to reserve more capital. Now, the International Association of Insurance Supervisors have issued the Insurance Core Principles in relation to global insurance regulatory standards in 2011, which prescribe principles for a risk-based approach for the capital adequacy regime to reflect the risk. Now, Singapore and other EU jurisdictions have implemented the risk-based capital regime. Now, we are an international financial center. The Insurance Authority is a member of the International Association of Insurance Supervisors. We have to implement a practicable RBC to align with the international standards. In 2014, the IA has consulted the industry on the proposed framework, and the industry were supportive. And then another consultation was conducted. The industry understands the benefits of the RBC. Now, as a stakeholder in the insurance industry, as well as a member of the Bills Committee on Insurance Amendments Bill 2023, I am the Deputy Chairman. During the deliberation process, I asked the administration how flexibility would be offered to the appointment of actuaries or by general insurers, and also the one-off increase in assessable profits of after the regime, and also the 5-year spread over arrangement. The administration has given me clear answers, so I'm in support of the amendment bill. Now, CAP 41 insurance ordinance and also the guidelines issued by the IA offers a rule-based RBC for insurers in Hong Kong. Under the regime, insurers have to maintain its assets on top of the claims outstanding at a required percentage. Now, this will ensure capital adequacy of insurers. However, the solvency margins have not taken into account other critical factors. For example, potential risk brought about by launching new products and investments. The implementation of the RBC will ensure that insurers have to assess market risk. And also, operational risk and investments risk will be taken account of. And also, a unified calculation standard will be implemented for the entire insurance industry. Insurers with a better balance sheet and less risk will enjoy less stringent regulation. So it is an incentive for insurers to make their capital situation more robust. It also helps stabilizing the market. Now, there are some 160 insurers operating in Hong Kong. 12 are among the top 20 insurers in the world, with an underwriting amount of more than 58 billion or $580 billion. Now, last year, the government issued the development blueprints for the insurance sector. It mentions that we have to continuously enhance the regulatory regime so that in 2024, we can implement the RBC. Through quantitative assessments on ESG and risk disclosure, we can ensure that the investment mix and the liability ratio are more commensurate. Now, the IA will be empowered to issue guidelines on the RBC. However, in operation, the valuation method for the company's assets and also the tiering of resources are not set out yet. We would need subsidiary legislation in the future for these purposes. So I hope the government can continue communicating with the industry, in particular the technical amendments to the ordinance to alleviate concerns. I support the bill. Thank you.
Dr. Kennedy Wong. Madam Deputy, in Hong Kong, most insurers, with the exception of a few, are larger insurers from the mainland or overseas. They have a long history. But does a long history guarantee no failure in the future? Not true. We have seen insurers failing or mergers the world over. The DAB and I support the Insurance Amendment Bill 2023. This is a bill to introduce a risk-based capital regime to beef up the financial robustness of insurers. This is also to bring insurers in line with the international standards and better protect policyholders. Now, we now have a rules-based system. The capital adequacy rate is essentially the reserves of the insurers. It's linked to the premiums. But the current system does not take into account the factors like the risks of the product. For example, the insurance product and the investments of the insurers. The hidden risks are not taken into account. That's why this bill proposes a risk-based capital regime. This is to take into account the risks that some insurers are exposed to. This way, when things go wrong, the insurance authority can come in, and this will help ensure that we can become an insurance hub. The insurance authority said this. Some years ago, the IA worked with the insurers on an impact study. For most insurers, after adjusting their assets and liabilities and quality of capital, these insurers could meet the minimum requirement. So when the RBC regime comes in 2024, these insurers will be up to scratch. The IA will have the power to ask for more information from insurers. Now, for example, insurers will have to submit the third-party reports. Insurers have told us they hope the IA can set out the rules in detail so that insurers can follow the rules. The government has said that in setting out the details, they would consider the goal, the position of the insurers, and whether alternatives are available. I believe the government's proposal warrants support. I hope the government can keep its promise, stay in touch with insurers, find out the problems confronting the insurance. Madam Deputy, as so submit, I support the Insurance Amendment Bill 2023.
Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I now call upon the Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury to reply, then the debate will come to a close. Secretary. Madam Deputy, first of all, I'd like to thank the Chairman of the Bills Committee, Mr. Chen Kin-po, and members for their support so the scrutiny of the bill is completed successfully. I'd also like to thank members for their valuable comments. Hong Kong is a global risk management center. We explore market opportunities and at the same time review and improve the regulatory regime to ensure steady development of the insurance industry, to strengthen the supervision of the financial soundness of insurers and to align with international standards. The bill seeks to amend the insurance ordinance and relevant legislations to provide for a legal framework for a risk-based capital RBC regime for the insurance industry to replace the existing rule-based capital adequate regime. The new regime renders the capital requirements imposed on insurers more sensitive to their asset and liability matching, risk appetite, and mix of products. In the past few years, the Insurance Authority IA has been working with the industry to make preparations such as conducting qualitative impact studies and consultation on the proposal. Reference has also been drawn from regulatory regimes of a number of major markets with a view to settling the capital requirement valuation methods, information to be submitted and disclosed, regulation of controllers, etc. In other words, the risk-based capital regime is well understood and much welcomed by the industry. The concerns expressed by members in their speeches have been discussed in detail by the Bills Committee. in relation to regulatory requirements, say for example disclosure as well as capital, and they will be set out by subsidiary legislation. The IA in relation to complicated and technical issues will further consult the industry to make sure that these rules are in line with the development of the industry. The goal is that next year, 2024, the RBC regime will be implemented. I ask members to support the bill so that we can consolidate the position as of International Financial Center of Hong Kong. And I put the question to you that the Insurance Amendment Bill 2023 be read the second time. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of members present. I declare the motion passed. Insurance Amendment Bill 2023. This Council now becomes a committee of the whole Council to consider the Insurance Amendment Bill 2023. I now propose the question to you that the following clauses stand part of the bill. Clauses 1 to 111. Does any member wish to speak? If not, we now proceed with the voting. I put the question to you that the clauses read out by the clerk stand part of the bill. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of members present. I declare the motion passed. All the proceedings on the Insurance Amendment Bill 2023 have been concluded in Committee of the Whole Council. Council now resumes. Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury. President, Madam Deputy, I now report to the Council that the Insurance Amendment Bill 2023 has been passed by Committee of the Whole Council without amendment. I move the motion that this Council adopts the report. And I propose the question to you that the Secretary's motion be passed. In accordance with the rules of procedure, this motion shall be voted on without amendment or debate. And I put the question to you as stated. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of members present. I declare the motion passed. Third reading, Insurance Amendment Bill 2023. Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury. Madam Deputy, I move that the Insurance Amendment Bill 2023 be read the third time and do pass. And I propose the question to you that the Insurance Amendment Bill 2023 be read the third time and do pass. Does any member wish to speak? And I put the question to you as stated. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of members present. I declare the motion passed. Insurance Amendment Bill 2023.
Government's motion. Secretary for Housing's proposed resolution under the Housing Ordinance. Members who wish to speak, please press the Request to Speak button. I now call upon the Secretary to speak and move the motion. Madam Deputy, I move that the motion, as printed on the agenda, be passed. Currently, in accordance with the Housing Traffic Contraventions Fixed Penalty Bylaw, Cap 283C, a notice of fixed penalty and demand notice in relation to traffic contraventions may be issued. Persons involved in such traffic contraventions may pay the fixed penalty prior to the commencement of court proceedings by any of the means specified in the above bylaw and the relevant notices. The means of payment include by post addressed to the Treasury, personally or through the person's agent at a counter of any post office other than a mobile post office, through any automated teller machine of a bank, by phone by using the service commonly known as PPS, through the internet or through the phone banking service provided by a bank. The postal address of the Treasury for payment of fixed penalty by post is currently specified in the payment instructions in Forms 1 and 2 of Schedule 3 to Cap 283C as P.O. Box number 28000, Gloucester Road, Post Office, Hong Kong. In view of the planned relocation of the Treasury tentatively in October 2023. It is proposed that the instructions in respect of payment by post in both Forms 1 and 2 be amended, so that the postal address of the Treasury will not be specified. Instead, the Treasury's hotline and homepage will be added to the payment instructions to facilitate the public to ascertain the Treasury's postal address. The proposal of amendments of postal address to Treasury's hotline and homepage should not cause any significant inconvenience to persons who intend to make such payments. In fact, the same changes have already been enacted in other subsidiary legislation which used to mention the postal address of the Treasury, such as Fixed Penalty Smoking Offences Regulation, Cap 600A, and Products Eco-Responsibility Plastic Shopping Bags Regulation, Cap 603A. The subcommittee formed under the Electoral House Committee completed the scrutiny of this resolution. It supported the government for moving the motion to seek Electoral's endorsements of the resolution. I would like to thank Mr. Kwok Wai-keung, Chairman of the subcommittee, and other members for their support. In light of the above, I hereby move a motion under Section 30(1) of the Housing Ordinance to amend the Notice of Fixed Penalty and Demand Notice of Housing Traffic Contraventions Fixed Penalty Bylaw, Cap 283C, and add the Treasury's hotline and homepage to the payment instructions to facilitate the public to ascertain the updated postal address. If the motion is passed, the amended bylaw will come into effect on the 1st of October 2023. Madam Deputy, I so submit. With these remarks, I invite members to support this motion.
現在向各位提
I now propose the question to you that the Secretary's motion be passed. Mr. Kwok Wai-keung. Madam Deputy, as the Chairman of the Subcommittee on Proposed Resolution under Section 30 of the Housing Ordinance, I now report on the highlights of the Subcommittee's deliberations. The proposed resolution seeks to remove the specified postal address of the Treasury and add its hotline and official website on the fixed penalty notices, or FPNs, issued under the Housing Traffic Contraventions Fixed Penalty Bylaw. Under the proposed resolution, recipients of an FPN are required to call the Treasury's hotline or go to its official website to find out the latest postal address designated for the purpose of payment by post. Members thought this circuitous arrangement may cause inconvenience for FPN recipients. The government replied that proposed change was in line with the payment method for FPNs under the Fixed Penalty Smoking Offences Regulation and the Product Eco-Responsibility Plastic Shopping Bags Regulation, which were similarly amended. Adopting a separate approach for the FPNs under the bylaw may confuse the public. Besides, the proposed change, once passed, will obviate the need to amend the bylaw if the Treasury updates its postal address in the future. During the deliberations, members reviewed law enforcement against traffic contraventions on public housing estates and explored adopting technology in beefing up law enforcement against illegal parking. The government replied it would keep an eye on the latest technology on the market or in use by its other departments in exploring further whether it fitted the bill for the Housing Authority to step up law enforcement. Madam Deputy, here are my thoughts on the proposed resolution. The Treasury will move to a new address in October, so there's a change in the postal address. The proposed resolution is really just about the payment option of paying by post. We talked about this at the meeting. Few, if any, paid by post, because paying by post simply means the fine plus the extra postage. not specifying the postal address and instead just putting the address online or providing it over the phone is a flexible approach. Members supported this. Our members would like to see more people paying the fines electronically. The point of focus is about the traffic contraventions. When these contraventions happen on housing estates, there are several points that members discussed at the meeting. First, the success of law enforcement. We received comments. Private cars are fine, but motorcycles are a problem. Now, there are entrance-exit gates at public housing estates, but the gate is too wide and the motorcycles can come and go without let or hindrance. So you get many motorcycles at the housing estate, and the estate office said they lack the tools to deal with illegal parking of motorcycles. Local residents also told us about another issue. The traffic contraventions are just about illegal parking. But then there are people cycling on the pavement, and there's no way to follow up on the problem. The department got our comment, so they asked the frontline staff to advise those cyclists to avoid causing danger to pedestrians. We support this, and we thank the government for the department's swift response. I so submit. Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I now call upon the Secretary for Housing to reply, then the debate will come to a close. Secretary. Madam Deputy, again, I thank Mr. Kwok Wai-keung and other members for their great comments during the deliberations. The Housing Bureau will continue to review the illegal parking at the public housing estates. We will adopt new ways to enhance our work efficiency. We will look at the actual circumstances in deploying manpower and step up law enforcement. I so submit. I urge members to support this resolution. I now put the question to you that the Secretary's motion be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed.
Members' motion with no legislative effect. Professor William Wong will move a motion on improving innovation and technology education to strengthen the nurturing of local innovation technology talents. 3 members will move amendments to the motion. This council will proceed to a joint debate on the motion and the amendments. Later, I'll first call upon Professor William Wong to speak and move the motion. Then we'll call upon Dr. Johnny Ng, Mr. Kenneth Leung, and Dr. Hui Simon Lee to speak in sequence, but they may not move the amendments at this stage. The joint debate now begins. Members who wish to speak, please press the request to speak button. I now call upon Professor William Wong to speak and move the motion. Professor William Wong. President, I move that the motion as printed on the agenda be passed. In the 14th Five-Year Plan, Hong Kong has been reaffirmed to have advantages in INT development. Hong Kong should develop into a world INT center. The ITIB announced the Hong Kong Innovation and Technology Development Blueprint last year in response to map out the development path and also strategic planning for INT development in Hong Kong over the next 5 to 10 years. Now, we need talents to develop innovation technology. The government has got the top talent pass to import 35,000 INT talents into Hong Kong every year. We have already achieved that target. And the chief executive has announced the relevant departments will consider extending the scheme to cover graduates from outside the top 100 universities so that we can be better prepared for INT development. It's important to attract talents to Hong Kong, but nurturing our own is just as important. In terms of nurturing of local INT talents, our policy is still rather fragmented. Hopefully, through this motion debate, we can have proposals and members of the public can give us their views on how we can improve the grooming of local INT talents. The Education Bureau indeed has done a lot in terms of INT development. Starting from 2015, it has started to implement STEM education. Recently, it has been transformed to STEAM education, and more INT elements have been added into our curriculum, including the coding for primary, secondary school, and AI program in secondary education. However, because technology develops by leaps and bounds, we are always busy catching up. Now, from the perspective of the grooming of INT talents, this is not the mission of one single department. How the curriculum should be developed, how teachers can teach the program is, of course, the Education Bureau's responsibility. But the Bureau that best know the global trend and the demand for talents in this area will be the IT and I Bureau. So to nurture INT talents, we cannot just rely on the Education Bureau alone. Other bureaus should also be involved. The Education Bureau has got the Standing Committee on STEM Education responsible for reviewing the relevant programs and to introduce new initiatives to map out the direction for primary and secondary schools in INT education. However, what we need is a high-level standing steering committee on INT education to formulate policies on INT talent grooming and training. And therefore, I suggest the administration set up a steering committee on INT education to be led by the CS4A or the deputy CS4A. There should be representatives from policy bureaus responsible for education, innovation, technology, academics, teachers, and also representatives from the INT sector. The steering committee can help the Education Bureau to formulate the framework for INT education in Hong Kong, and it should also advise the government and provide guidance on INT education in Hong Kong. It should be responsible for monitoring and reviewing the state of implementation of such schemes. And then it should also consider career development in INT, in particular opportunities in the GBA, so that young people are minded to pursue a career in this industry can have quality jobs. Now, if we just introduce INT modules to primary and secondary curricula, that's not good enough. We should have an overall review of the curriculum framework. We have to catch up with the times, and we should not always be lagged behind. We should also have more undergraduate or degree places and also postgraduate places to enhance teachers' skills and knowledge in this area. And I also suggest that we set up district INT education centers. We've only got one regional STEM resources center in Lok Fu. It is of a small scale. And if the government goes ahead to set up district INT education centers, then we can, based on the framework to be formulated by the Steering Committee on INT Education, to provide relevant programs that can be learning at those centers, and also programs delivered at schools that will help us to overcome constraints and restrictions. There can also be cooperation with R&D institutions and also companies to strengthen the practical aspect of INT education. If schools are short of teachers, then they can learn from the practice. In the UK, they can employ retired educators and people from the INT sector to support their teaching. I believe we need interdepartmental collaboration, and we need to incorporate the views of teachers and experts. And we should focus on feedback from students as well, so that we can groom our students' interest in INT, and we can help our students to develop in INT. We can then build a database of such talents, and they can contribute to INT development in Hong Kong. With these remarks, I urge members to support my motion. I now propose the question to you that Professor William Wong's motion be passed.
Dr. John, Mr. Kenneth Leung. Presidency promotes that we should promote INT education here, and to become an INT center, we must attach importance to INT education. We must nurture talents in that regard. At the end of last year, the administration published the Hong Kong Innovation and Technology Development Blueprint. Some 7,000 startups will be hiring some 100,000 staff in the INT sector, which is a lot more than the previous situation, and some 46,000 people will be employed in that sector. And therefore, in order to meet the demand, we must train up more people in that field so that young people should be encouraged to join the profession. But then there are shortcomings in the current curriculum, and therefore we must do something about it. Number one, we have not got a comprehensive concept on INT education, even though we have also set up a standing committee on STEAM education in 2020. Still, we have not been able to meet the demand, and we are only looking at the curriculum. I think in order to make sure that they can apply what they learn in their career and work, then we must do more about it. And therefore, in the original motion, it says that we should set up a steering committee on INT talents, and we have to review the progress from time to time in order to make sure that we can promote INT education in a targeted manner. And also, we have already put in place this school-based approach for 8 years, and yet there is still inadequate number of hours, and also it's about the articulation with the tertiary education curriculum. And we have also not been able to attract enough students to enroll into these programs at the tertiary level, and therefore we have to do better planning. We have to revamp the INT teaching contents. We have to introduce more competitive courses in order to attract more students to enroll into these programs. And thirdly, according to some figures, some 95% of the schools have already been promoting STEAM education in their extracurricular activities. But some say that the effectiveness is still very much in doubt. For example, in terms of teacher training, they have just received some 1 or 2 sessions of training in their university, and some 80% of them have not been fully trained in STEAM education. They have to have professional knowledge. They also have to have the experience in teaching STEAM curriculum. And therefore, despite the fact, if you look at areas like South Korea and Singapore, they have special initiatives to provide dedicated training for teachers, and there would also be more support. And looking at the manpower shortage in recent years in Hong Kong, we have to enroll or recruit more scientific or science researchers to come to Hong Kong. And we also have to work hand in hand with our neighbors in order to further promote that, and we can train up more talents, and that would also be beneficial to INT development in Hong Kong. So it's a win-win situation. Well, President Xi says that we have to promote our country's development by way of INT, and we have also got this policy, and therefore we have to further promote this so that from primary to university, we have to lay a very solid foundation for this. These are my remarks. I hope that you would all support my amendment. Mr. Kenneth Leung. Thank you, President. To
build Hong Kong into an INT hub is the task given to us by our country, and we have unprecedented opportunities as a result of that. And yet, for a long while, we have had this problem of talent shortage, and therefore recruiting more or competing for talents elsewhere would just be for the short term, and therefore we have to train up our own talents. That's a long-term solution. But then in 2010, we have already announced the STEM education curriculum, but then schools have been given a free hand as to what they're going to do, and therefore in terms of the quality is very much varied, and therefore that would also affect the standards of our talents. But then can we just put the blame on teachers and schools? In fact, teachers have also been complaining about this, and earlier on, I took part in a teacher training day, and also I exchanged views with some 30 teachers. And when it comes to STEAM education, many teachers responded because most of them would be responsible for liberal studies, and now they are asked to teach STEAM curriculum as well, and they simply complain that there are not enough teaching hours, and there has not been enough support for them, and therefore there should be more on-the-job training for teachers, and therefore I support the original motion by Professor Wong, so that there can be clearer framework, and there should be more resources and exchange activities. But then here, I'd also like to make two more suggestions to improve the original motion, whether or not it's in class teaching, or both the business sector, the government, and also the academics will have to understand the importance, so that we can create the right atmosphere so that there can be more immersive education, and then students will be able to be trained up for that. And therefore, these are the two amendments that I'd like to propose. First, in terms of school education, we should develop the INT technology that would suit our curriculum. We should also integrate INT elements into the curricula of different subjects. Right now, one of the problems is that our teaching materials are too much reliant on overseas products, and therefore they might not be suited to local students' conditions and strengths. And therefore, we have to develop our local teaching materials, or else we would just be playing a catching-up game. And therefore, there should also be more collaboration between the government, the business sector, and the academics, so that we can have more diversified INT teaching materials. And also, INT elements will also have to be incorporated into the curricula of other subjects, because INT hard skills and knowledge might not be able to be connected with other arts and cultural subjects. But then the fact that we can have STEAM curriculum with arts elements, so the INT elements can also be incorporated into different subjects, so that there can be more application by students, and then they will be able to incorporate such elements into design and other subjects, and that will also help enhance their ability in resolving problems. Next is about the school environment. We have to ensure that government, the business sector, and the academics and the community will be organizing more diversified INT activities in order to create a better atmosphere for INT education. We cannot solely rely on the schools. We have to work together with the community to create the right atmosphere for INT. We have been to one of the major competition on STEAM education on the mainland. There has been support from all sectors, and the atmosphere was very enthusiastic. What is even more amazing was that students have been able to create products with very simple raw materials. But then in Hong Kong, parents are even concerned that their children might get hurt if they use different materials. And therefore, we will have to make use of different organizations organizing more diversified INT programs, so that the products can also be shared amongst schools. And then we'll be able to create the right ecology. And then students will be able to be more bold in making attempts on INT. And then they would get used to INT in their daily lives. With these two amendments, it's just about enhancing the atmosphere in INT in the community, so that we can help nurture more talents. I hope that you would all support my amendment. These are my remarks. Mr. Simon Lee. Thank you, President. Here, I'd like to thank Professor William Wong for moving this original motion on improving innovation and technology education to strengthen the nurturing of local innovation and technology talents, as well as the two amenders, Mr. Johnny Wong and also Mr. Kenneth Leung. Well, as I fully share the sentiments in the motion and the amendments, arranging more extensive and in-depth exchange activities for students, and I'd also like to propose the following in order to enable the EDB to put in place this. With regard to sister schools, well, that was introduced back in 2004, and now about 780 publicly funded primary and secondary schools have already formed over 2,100 sister school pairs. So on average, one local school would be paired up with some 2.7 mainland schools and form sister school pairs. And for individual schools, we have also got regular funding and recurrent support and subsidy. We have to deepen this program in order to encourage more exchanges on INT. Initially, well, we only need to have some exchange, for example, as to what my school has done and how I would do it and what kind of effect I have achieved. And then a year later, we can then look at the subject of exchange. We can focus on that, and then we can enhance it. It's like, well, making use of other people's experience, and then we can use that to improve ourselves because we can always learn from one another. Secondly, in the year 2021 and 22, we introduced the new subject of citizenship and social development. That's a mandatory subject at senior secondary level. And one of the important elements is about visiting the mainland. And after the visit, individual students would also have to come up with a study report. I suggest that the EDB can also deepen the experience for their visit on the mainland, so that students who are interested in this can explore further. And of course, you can go to Guangdong province or the Greater Bay Area, where INT enterprises would be willing to receive the students in the visits. And then we can give a list to the schools so that for students who are interested in exploring the development of INT can apply to visit the mainland, and they can also have dedicated program or visits to these enterprises. I understand that there have been some mainland exchange program for this, and I hope that in the coming year or years we can also increase the ratio for such visits. Thirdly, the EDB has been organizing and has also commissioned other contractors and also asked primary and secondary schools to organize their own mainland visits, and about 100,000 places have been offered. I hope that you can deepen this mainland exchange program for students. Well, the Bureau can organize high-quality visits to mainland enterprises, and that would also serve as an example for the schools to look at. That would also help build the confidence in organizing similar tours. I understand that there was a visit by lawmakers to the GBA earlier this year, and the IT Bureau has also taken a delegation to the relevant cities with EDB colleagues joining. I think that could also serve as an example. Globally, different countries are attaching importance to this, and they're organizing similar activities with more exchange programs. I'm sure students can benefit from that, and that could also promote the incentives of students going to the mainland to develop their career in INT, and there could also be more talent exchange, and that would also enhance our competitiveness so that we can contribute to our country and the local economy. Thank you. These are my remarks.
Secretary for Education. President, I thank Professor William Wong for moving the motion, and Mr. Simon Lee, Mr. Johnny Ng, Mr. Kenneth Leung for moving the amendments and expressed their insights on INT education. INT is vital to strengthening national strength, economic development, and people's livelihood and the younger generation. Under the 14th Five-Year Plan, Hong Kong is an international center for innovation and technology. The government is committed to its development and create new impetus for long-term growth and take forward the Hong Kong INT development blueprint. The Education Bureau is attaching a lot of importance to this. My response to members' motions is as follows. Regarding the Standing Committee to supervise the INT education, the Education Bureau has already set up a Standing Committee on STEAM with committee members from the trade, from experienced school principals and teachers to advise on STEAM and INT education in primary and secondary schools. Recently, the committee organized a study tour to the GBA for the education sector. It will also explore the introduction of an element of national INT development in the school curriculum and teacher training to enhance INT training and make it popular, interesting, and diversified to foster INT learning. As regards the proposal to reorganize the content of INT teaching, the Education Bureau has been enhancing the content of INT education. Recently, we've launched the module on coding for senior primary schools and a module for AI for junior secondary schools to be implemented in the new school year in order to popularize INT education. In addition, we will launch a pilot project on science and technology learning in upper primary school to strengthen students' scientific thinking and to prepare them for secondary learning. For senior secondary schools, since the enhancement of 4 core subjects, the proportion of students taking science, technology electives, and maths extension modules, M1 or M2, or STEAM, has increased significantly. Right now, the committee is developing a STEAM education handbook, which covers the key learning points of INT education in primary and secondary schools, learning objectives for different learning stages, etc. It is expected to be completed in 2023-24 school year. Kindergarten education helps children to grasp some mathematical concepts and develop problem-solving skills, as well as to gain an initial understanding of science from nature. Through various activities, children communicate and collaborate with others and use different ways to express ideas to build a foundation for learning, INT. In terms of teacher training, we are just as concerned about this as members. A professional team is the key to STEAM education. Therefore, EDB continues to collaborate with INT organizations to help teachers stay ahead of the curve. Earlier, we co-organized with Cyberport the professional training on INT for STEAM coordinators. 500 schools took part. The second round will be launched soon. We will also continue with the basic professional training course on INT to help teachers master the teaching strategies. As for pre-service training, we communicate with teacher training universities to update the developments in society and technology. At present, some of the courses have incorporated STEAM elements and interdisciplinary teaching models. In future, the government will provide additional resources to the 3 teacher education universities, and in 23-24 and 24-25 we will increase the number of places of the Diploma in Education for Graduate Teachers part-time programs in specified subjects, including those relating to STEAM. Regarding the proposed district INT education centers, at present, apart from the Center for STEAM Education in Lot 4, the EDB has also arranged 3 schools to become STEAM education resource points through the QEF for STEAM activities. In addition, schools can apply for EDB's on-site support program to enhance teachers' capacity and to develop school-based STEAM education. As regards exchanges of teachers and students, It's always been our priority to enhance understanding of the scientific research and achievements in the mainland. The Senior Secondary Citizen and Social Development Study Tour started in April this year. And 14 out of the 22 trips to Guangdong include STEAM contents, such as visiting exhibitions, INT enterprises, aerospace, etc., to learn about autonomous driving, IoT, medical tech, and so on. In the coming year, apart from the Guangdong trip, we will relaunch the mainland exchange program, focusing on INT. In addition, the Academy for Gifted Education regularly arranges mainland exchange programs for students with special exceptional talents to take part in national mathematic and scientific competitions. In August, the Academy will organize the Gifted Students Study Tour on INT in the GBA. In terms of quality assurance, we do have ongoing training program to train INT talents to meet the needs of society. In terms of quality assurance, schools offer a wide range of INT activities for students, including hands-on activities, research competitions, visits, mentorship, and advanced courses. We recommend schools arrange activities tailored to the students' interests and abilities to develop creative potential and nurture elites. The external curriculum should strike a balance between universality and elitism to achieve the best outcomes. The STEAM Education Handbook will elucidate the principles. As for post-secondary education, in order to nurture the right talents, the TPG program provides opportunities for those with bachelor's degree or working experience to further their education in STEAM, emerging research, and creative industries. In 2020, the government launched a 5-year designated postgraduate scholarship pilot scheme to provide scholarships to outstanding local students in UGC-funded universities. Furthermore, we promote VPET education through industry-institution collaboration. Through the study subsidy program for designated professions or sectors, SSSDP, we subsidize students to pursue self-financing undergraduate and sub-degree programs, including architecture, engineering, computer science, creative industries, fintech, testing of certification, etc. Under the Mainland Experience Scheme, post-secondary students can take part in internship and learning activities in the mainland. As the country's INT flourishes, opportunities abound for young people. From basic education to post-secondary, EDB has adopted a multi-pronged approach to build up a critical mass of talents, INT elements in the curriculum, teachers who are closely aligned with innovation, collaboration with academia to enrich students' learning experience and nurturing elites with STEAM potential. We look forward to continued collaboration with various quarters to create conducive environment and synergy to nurture a new generation of talents. In summary, the EDB will tie in with the development of INT and implement the relevant policies and measures accordingly. Science and education will invigorate the country, and we need talents for that. President, so I speak.
Mr. Lam Chen Sing. Thank you, President. First, I want to thank Professor William Wong for moving this motion. The government is committed to turn Hong Kong into a world INT center, and therefore we have an increasing demand for such talents. According to a projection in 2019, the manpower demand in this sector is projected to grow at 4.3% per year. By 2027, we will need 50,000 people in this sector. So we can see the keen demand for talents, and therefore we must promote INT education and nurture local INT talents. Now, in Hong Kong, we still face challenges in taking forward INT education. Take teacher training and support for teaching and learning as example. According to the Productivity Council, a survey done in 2022 found that 80% of the STEAM teachers interviewed were of the view that they only had general insufficient knowledge in STEAM education. And for resources deployed to this area, the answer was only so-and-so or barely sufficient. This goes to show that teachers do not have a sufficient understanding and knowledge of INT education, and they're also not given sufficient teaching and learning support. I hope we can enhance our resources, and more experts and also scholars should also make online teaching programs so that teachers can be kept abreast of latest development, and they should be taught how to turn them into cases for illustration in class. I'm sure this will help to boost teachers' confidence in INT education. INT education should not be regarded as an extracurricular activity. Rather, we should provide a more favorable learning environment and to groom students' interest in INT. So in the long run, we can achieve the government's KPIs. In the coming 5 years of the UGC-funded universities, the enrollment in STEM-related programs should achieve 30%. So VPAT is just as important as primary and secondary education in nurturing INT talents. Those who have potential to pursue a career in INT, they may be enrolled in an associate degree program or diploma program, but they still have a future in this area. Not long ago, a VPAT student won an award in a competition of Apple. He was given an offer to show his a program he invented, a game program he invented in headquarters of Apple. Last year, ASTRI, together with the VTC, signed an undertaking. There should be a program on subjects such as Internet of Things, etc. Students can receive an allowance when they are learning, and they can choose to be articulated to a degree program, or they can be given a job offer in ASTRI. The government is committed to promoting VPAT. There are different stages. In secondary schools, there is a pilot scheme for VPAT. And Yijin is now turned to applied learning diploma, and there are more INT elements in VPAT programs. The purpose is to provide more INT programs in VPAT so that there is a clear social ladder, a career ladder for our young people. VPAT can be the cradle for grooming INT talents so that we can attain the target of becoming a world INT center as early as possible. Thank you. Mr. Chen Xiu-hong. Thank you. I speak in support of Professor William Wong's motion to improve INT education and to strengthen the nurturing of local INT talents. I also support all other amendments. The 14th Five-Year Plan has affirmed Hong Kong's position as a World INT Center. As President Xi said last year when he visited Hong Kong, the 14th Five-Year Plan has included Hong Kong and has supported Hong Kong's development into a World INT Center. And to address the manpower shortage, the government has come up with various plans to attract new blood to Hong Kong. Now, such efforts are commendable, but then the government should step up the training of our local talents. There are certain deficiencies in our program. We lack a clear curriculum, and we need more trained teachers. I agree with the original motion. The government should review and also re-establish our basic education in INT so that we can have a clear curriculum framework for learning area of INT. Our students should excel in INT, and we must innovate in terms of our teaching method. We should not still focus on rote learning. The spirit of INT is to promote innovation and to encourage students to use innovative and cross-subject skills to solve problems. We should have various learning activities outside classrooms so that through various hands-on, minds-on STEAM programs, our students can put together knowledge they acquired in different subjects in problem solving and in developing innovation. Using green tech as an example, the environment, the financial services, and coding are involved. If we still teach our students by individual subjects, then we cannot help them to incorporate what they have learned. The world is changing rapidly. It takes only 1 or 2 years to make one generation. I'm sure the pace would only grow faster. So I urge the administration in making our curriculum framework be flexible, and there should be involvement from the business and also the academic sector. There are views that the STEAM education guideline is not clear enough. The Standing Committee on STEAM Education is now working on a menu on STEAM education. It will be published within this year. I look forward to seeing it. There are views that the government hasn't provided sufficient support for teacher training. Last year, according to a survey by the Hong Kong Productivity Council, 80% of the teachers polled were of the view that they were trained for teaching individual subjects rather than for STEAM education, so they don't feel that they are well prepared. Although in his policy address 2022, the CE said that by 2023-24, at least 75% of our publicly funded primary and secondary schools should have teachers receiving INT training. Starting from 2017, the Education Bureau has been providing training for teachers. However, the number of teaching hours is only 12 hours compared with what they do in South Korea. They provide 130 hours in service INT teaching program for their teachers, and we should have a STEM education center so that we can have an innovative area with equipment and teaching aids. Teachers should be allowed to teach their students there. The motion proposed that a district INT education centers be set up. I support this proposal. Thank you. Mr. Chan Kim Po. Thank you. The age of AI has arrived. People are worried that they may gradually be phased out in unemployment. Now, there is the saying that if you don't want to be phased out by AI, you should embrace latest technology and learn about AI. I'm grateful to Professor William Wong for moving this motion. To sustain our competitiveness, we must boost INT education that should cover AI as well. Now, since 2015, we have been promoting INT or STEM education. While it's a bit late, but it's better than nothing. And in 2019, in an international mathematics and scientific trend study, while our students do quite well in mathematics, but not so in science subjects, while we have invested in INT education, it seems that our students are not really catching up. Nowadays, INT education is provided school-based. In secondary schools, different subjects covered, INT knowledge, and schools have flexibility to promote different STEAM education. But according to a survey by the council, such approach is too fragmented. And according to a survey by the Productivity Council, 75% feel that schools are not putting enough resources in STEAM education, and 47% of the parents polled said that their children never took part in STEM activities. Now, these studies show that we have lagged behind in the development of INT. Many of our students have done well in open competitions, but for some schools, they not performing as satisfactorily. Schools must make available resources and have teachers to boost INT education. STEAM education are very often done as extracurricular activities. Only outstanding students are selected to take part. So we are not able to popularize INT education. We need to reform. And therefore, the content of education is important. Schools have limited resources. They may not be able to update their curriculum and teaching method on a regular basis. The EDB should give them a hand. We're now in an AI age, and very soon AI technology will be greatly applied at work, and our way of life will be greatly changed. That's like the use of the internet. Now we cannot survive without the net, and Hong Kong wants to be a world INT center. The government must be forward-looking enough to introduce INT education that includes artificial intelligence, and we should also boost our schools' capacity and to encourage students who are capable to take INT studies. We should have a junior secondary. We have integrated science in junior secondary schools covering chemistry, biology, and physics. We should add A and I so that our students acquire basic skills in INT as well. And in the Hong Kong DSE, we should have an independent INT subject. It, in fact, should be made one of the core subjects. Students attach importance to public examinations. We have to make INT one of the open examination subjects before students can be really interested.
Ms. Chen Yuming. President, I support the motion to improve INT education. Historically, the INT is an important element to improve the life of humankind, and I think Hong Kong has a lot of opportunities lying ahead of us, and INT will become the engine to lead the conventional sectors to upgrade and reinvent themselves. We do need to have a pipeline of INT talents. I'm sure we all agreed that the nurturing of talents represent the foundation of a place. In the short term, I think that we can have targeted measures and offer good perks or terms to lure the right talents to Hong Kong. But in the long term, I think we have to improve our education system to nurture a pool of talents for them to contribute in the INT sector. President, members, the motion urges the administration to devote more resources to improving the INT education and conditions and nurturing more talents. INT is on the cutting edge of technology, and I think we have to put in more efforts. I'm glad to see that the administration has formulated the INT development blueprint, outlining the 4 directions and 8 major strategies. In the blueprint, the INT ecosystem has to be improved, and we have to make sure that there will be commercialization of R&D outcomes, and I think we should enhance the intensity of this area. Other than devoting resources, we should have more collaboration between the academic world and the industry. Professor Sun Dong came and briefed us on the RAISE 1 program, a RAISE Plus program, and according to the Secretary, this is creating a platform for collaboration between different sectors. I urge the administration that under this RAISE Plus scheme, we should be more proactive in the northern metropolis near Santin like Darjeeling area, we should set aside some sites to create a university cluster to support the Hong Kong Shenzhen Innovation and Technology Park. This covers the midstream and downstream sectors, and the university cluster will be in the vicinity of the Suntin Technopole, and this will become a platform to achieve what the Secretary is setting out to achieve. Now, the key thing is to realize the R&D deliverables, and I think there should be a new mechanism to enhance the collaboration between, or more in-depth collaboration between the university clusters and the industry. But that would have to be spearheaded by the government. We have to resolve the issues like the IP, intellectual property, and so on. At this point in time, I think we have to be clear about the targets. We should seek more resources to get off to a good start. I'm sure that in the northern metropolis, with a size of 30,000 hectares, the Suntin Technopole is not the only place for I&T. I think we should have a university city in the northern metropolis that would provide a synergistical effect with the rest of the sectors in Hong Kong. Dr. Priscilla Leung, President. Now, if we have an idea, we can use AI to come up with the design, and this is what's going to happen going forward. In the education sector, are we ready for that? There are some reports that the Academy of Science can use AI to design an automatic CPU chip, and it would take 5 hours to generate this kind of chip. Wang Lingyi, who just passed away, said that one of her ambitions is to obliterate the shame of the country in her lifetime. Now, I'm sure you know what this means. The semiconductor is something that the overseas countries are cracking down on, and this scholar, Professor Wang, has been trying to tackle this problem. I think her spirit is really providing us with a lot of inspiration. The government has published the I&T development blueprint, and in a single year's time, Professor Sun has done so much, and we are able to take part in the selection process for the payload specialist. Since 2015, we have started STEM education, and indeed, there are still a lot of deficiencies in resources, deficiencies in teachers. Education is an inspiration for the students. How can we make it most effective? Now, this is from 2 years ago. I really wanted to have a robot as my birthday present, and my Indian intern, procured this from the web for me, and this has become one of the best friends in my office. Now, this is Minnie. You call Minnie. She would wake up and she would play Tai Chi. She would be dancing in front of you. If you instill the boring knowledge, they would be really bored. They would be bored out of their mind. I'm a mother of two, and I took part in a science workshop, and I mean, this stands me in good stead. By the time my kids were in primary school, when they were exposed to some scientific knowledge, and then they got more in depth in the secondary school. I mean, that was easier for them. Resources is one of the problem of the equation. The teaching quality is another matter altogether. In primary school, I know that the curriculum development coordinator would be doubling up the STEM duty, and there is a lack of a clear idea to inspire the students. I think that it would be a good idea to absorb talents from outside. If here in Hong Kong we run short of these talents, I think we have to start them young. We have to start with kindergarten. It would be far more important than university, because in university they fail to admit enough number of science students to study all the relevant subjects. I think we have to start them young, from kindergarten perhaps. Mr. or Professor William Wong suggested that we should have the steering committee on I&T education. I'm chair of the education panel. I am keeping my options open. However, I don't think this, I can bring myself to accept this proposition straight away, because this may be a duplication. I think the most important thing is the mindset. We are responsible for, the officials responsible for I&T should think out of the box. That way we can train up the young people and let them think out of the box as well. Thank you. Mr. Robert Lee. President, I rise to speak in support of the motion moved by Professor William Wong and all the amendments in the 20th Congress report. I&T talent represents the most important support for national development. I&T development is moving ahead by leaps and bounds, and there is a competition for talents. I think the Education Bureau should nurture the primary and secondary students in a way that they will be interested in I&T, and this will create new impetus for growth. Last year, the government announced the I&T development blueprint, and there are a number of targets in 2032. The expenditure will go up from 0.99 to 2%, and there will be clear roadmap for the strategic planning. I've been involved in the finance sector for so many years. I fully understand that without the financial support, we cannot accomplish this objective. 18C has been added by the Hong Kong Exchange for some advanced companies to come to Hong Kong, and I think we have to leverage our financial strength to promote I&T development. I think we need to have talents who are well up in this area to be in Hong Kong. I hope that the administration will communicate with the tertiary institutions and develop more financial courses covering AI, blockchain, computational thinking, and also financial knowledge, and so on. I subscribe to the motion that we should improve teacher training, and we have to improve the quality of the courses. Like stock exchange, we started off with manual processing of the trading. We move on from that to electronic processing in the stock transaction. This goes to show that technology has made a big difference to the world, and this has also ramped up the efficiency of the financial market. We have also had a lot of talents from Hong Kong, like Sense Time, DJI. These were created by the talents and nurtured by local universities. The universities have been promoting STEAM education. This is commendable, and there were some secondary students who managed to get accolade from the Intel competition, and this year some secondary students got the top prize from the Geneva competition. In the mainland Korea and Japan, they have already started coding in primary and secondary school. I go along with the chief executive's proposal that we should have coding education for upper primary school so that they would be exposed to coding at a young age, and that will enable them to get to grips with the technology at a young age. With these words, I support the motion.
主席，首先感謝黃錦輝議員動議原議案，以及其他3位議員。
Thank you for the original motion as well as the 3 amendments, because in the past our industrial sector lacked diversification, and as a result we have not been able to attract INT talents to come to Hong Kong, and local students very rarely would choose to go into the IT sector. And we have also got this atmosphere in the business sector that they would not attach importance to INT, yet universities have been engaging in high quality R&D work. And under the 14th five-year plan, it specifically says that Hong Kong will have to develop itself into an INT center. In December 2020, we also announced the INT development blueprint, setting out the way forward for the next 5 to 10 years, so as to lead Hong Kong into developing into an INT hub that also talks about 4 directions. So we will have to improve the ecology and also promote digital economy's development. We will also have to integrate into our country's development, and there are also 8 strategies, including enriching our talent pool, and also to develop further INT centers, and we will also have to come up with a mission and vision for future development. And instead of having just 45,000 people in the INT sector, by 2035, we will have no less than 60,000 and 100,000 respectively in the individual sectors. And in the coming few years, we're going to complete several centers, including the Hong Kong Shenzhen INT Park in the Lok Ma Chau Loop area, River Loop area, and the demand for INT talents will continue to grow. In order to satisfy Hong Kong's huge demand for INT talents, the government will have to work hard on this. On the one hand, we will have to take advantage of our internationalized advantage in order to recruit more people from all over the world. We would also have to build a platform for the business and also the academic sector to work together in R&D. In recent years, we have already rolled out different initiatives and policies, including the outstanding researcher scheme in order to attract more researchers to come over to Hong Kong, and we have also got the talent admission scheme in order to attract more talents to engage in INT research in Hong Kong. And both myself and the BPA have been asking the administration to adopt a multi-pronged approach by enhancing INT education and nurturing more IT talents. We can see that Mr. John Lee, the CE, since assuming office, said that at the primary and secondary school stage, they would be reviewing the STEAM education curriculum so that there would be further education in engineering, arts, and so on, and mathematics. And for the UGC institutions, some 35% of the students would be undertaking STEAM studies. But then many people have also pointed out that Hong Kong's STEAM education, right from curriculum design and also teacher training and also assessment, there is still a lot of room for improvement. The administration should also work harder in order to promote vocational training, and there should also be TI, Technology Institute, and also IB status in order to attract more students to enroll into their programs. I also suggest that for vocational training in Hong Kong, we should also open the places to non-local students. We should also work together to enhance collaboration between amongst the government, the business, and also the academic sector, so the students can be given more internship opportunities in the business sector. And as this would cover different levels and different departments, I would also agree that we should set up an IT education steering committee in order to enhance the coordination in promoting STEAM education. We should also regularly review the progress and effectiveness. These are my remarks. Thank you. Mr. Sunny Tang. President, I speak in support of Professor William Wong's original motion as well as the amendments. President Xi visited us last year, and when he was in Science Park, he said that IT workers would be very important to our building the country into an INT country, and that's also and young people would be the driving force for this. But last year, we also announced the 4 directions under the development blueprint. That is, we will have to build a bigger talent pool, and we would also have to enhance the environment. And therefore, we have to enhance our INT education in order to nurture more talents. I've been saying that, the EI and also the IV status have to be enhanced, but then we will have to work from the very low level. For example, in attending the INT fair a couple of days ago, we have been engaging in STEAM education in order to encourage students to have more interest in mathematics, engineering, and science in order to build a foundation for tertiary education in STEAM. And therefore, I'll be focusing on STEAM education in the primary and secondary level, because students would be encouraged to solve their own problems under STEAM, and that's the spirit and foundation for that. And since 2016, when we introduced STEAM education in primary and secondary education, the administration has been working hard to promote this. But then for STEAM education in primary and secondary school is still not a formal curriculum. It's also not part of the DSE mandatory subjects. And very often STEAM education and INT would be like music and sports or PE. So they would be just an elective subject, and we have also not got a globally applicable framework for reference, and we do not have a formal assessment mechanism. And therefore, in terms of the understanding and planning for STEAM, we cannot just use open exam and tests to publicly assess the accomplishments. And therefore, we will have to start from a very young age. But then in terms of the actual execution, there are problems. And according to some surveys, only 30% of the schools are offering STEAM standalone classrooms, and last year some 80% of the teachers said that they are not fully prepared for STEAM education. And if teachers do not have the much needed experience, schools would also not be able to tie in with the need, and therefore the standards would vary, and therefore students might not be very familiar with INT sector's demands, and as a result they might not be prepared to go into that sector. And therefore we will have to make it the formal curriculum for primary and secondary schools. We should also provide more resources, because technology would be developing in leaps and bounds, and therefore we will have to adopt a balanced approach, and there should also be accreditation, and we would also have to have the framework and mechanism so that for institutions offering STEAM education, there should also be certification. And for work types, we have already introduced the first ever STEM mark in May this year. Under that program, the administration can also make reference to a framework. And looking at the inadequate training for teachers, we have to make sure that teachers would be trained in STEAM education, and more resources should be given to secondary schools so that they can be given more teaching support. And finally, we will have to promote STEAM education. For example, we have to have parenting workshops and also experiential camps and so on, so the students, teachers, and parents and all the stakeholders will have the proper understanding about STEAM technology development. And at the same time, they would also have this idea of INT, lifelong or life planning, so that students will be encouraged to join the sector, and we should equip them for future careers in order to cope with the needs and also to seize the opportunities under the INT age, so that Hong Kong would be able to realize its dream of becoming an IT hub. Duncan Chiu, thank you. I speak in support of Professor William Wong's motion on enhancing STEAM education in order to nurture talents for the INT sector. Well, INT talents would be most important for the sector. In order to become an INT hub, we have to have talents. And where would they come from? Well, globally, we are all competing for talents, and we have to do the following three things. Number one, importing them from overseas, and second, training them up from a young age, and third, we will also have to make sure that people in other sectors would switch jobs and become INT talents. The most important thing is we have to start from a very young age. We will have to train up these talents when they are very young. Well, importing overseas talents and also retraining would just be complementing this. So in the long run, we have to start from a very young age before we would be able to take up the task of becoming an INT hub. And for the different policy bureaus and so on, in the past, they might not have a very clear understanding, and the delineation of responsibilities might not have been very clear. For example, knowing more about INT and also the INT lab at the secondary school, it would be from the resources would come from the INT bureau. And this year, well, in terms of rationalizing the work, I think a lot has been done, and therefore, from secondary to primary school to vocational training, I can share my experience with you. You can call that complaints. Actually, starting from primary school, when we rolled out that program, there were hundreds of such programs, and at the primary school level, there has been no coordination whatsoever and consistent approach, and therefore there was some confusion. And of course, at the primary school level, the most important thing is to enable students to have some knowledge about this. But then, what would be brought home by the students, and what kind of foundation have we laid in order to enhance their scientific understanding? I think a lot needs to be done. And recently, I can see that there have been some improvements in the curriculum, and that would properly rationalize what they should learn at the primary school level. And then for secondary school, just a couple of days ago, I joined a sharing session with teachers at secondary schools. There was AI education, and some teachers have told us as to what method they would adopt in teaching students about artificial intelligence in their daily life. I can see the scope is quite broad, and that would also be rather good in terms of preparing students for artificial intelligence education. So other than learning the normal subjects, AI would be the second language that we will have to learn somehow. And therefore, students should have more contact with AI in their daily life, because that would mean that new technologies would be developed with the assistance of AI. So I can see that for the primary and secondary school level, I think they have been doing a remarkable job. But then for teacher training, will that be able to catch up, and how do we measure the learning achievements from the students? I hope that the EDB will follow up on this, so that they'd be able to do more in terms of the breadth and depth. And also for IV and vocational training institutions, I can see that they are also rationalizing the resources. They are building a new building, and will they be developing some institutions looking at these technologies and so on? I'd be in favor of that, and I hope that they can come up with plans so that they can be submitted to this council for discussion. Technology is developing, and therefore we have to adopt a new mindset in considering this, and therefore I hope that the EDB colleagues will adopt that approach. They will have to understand that technology will bring breakthroughs in many different areas, and therefore, as said just now, technology will become the second language. So other than learning Chinese and English, that is the local language, AI would be something that we will have to learn somehow, and therefore we have to have this habit of lifelong learning. We have to move with time, and that would also be the right attitude for students, so that we can maintain that strengths in our talent pool, and therefore we have to be very flexible. We have to update our curriculum regularly. We cannot say that one curriculum will fit all and then be used forever. So with these remarks, I support the motion. Eunice Yong.
President, I speak to support Professor William Wong's motion. In his motion, Professor Wong said that INT is the way to is an important driving force, enhancing national strength and boosting the economy, improving people's livelihood. In this council, we have reminded the administration time and again how it should apply INT to make Hong Kong a smart city. Now, as mentioned by Dr. Johnny the 14th Five-Year Plan has established Hong Kong's 8 centers positioning. I agree with him. And we should also attract INT and R&D scholars from outside Hong Kong to Hong Kong. Hopefully, they can be persuaded to stay in Hong Kong for further development. No matter how strong we are in INT, we want to work together with the mainland and also overseas. I think this will give us the greatest synergy effect, and therefore I fully agree with Dr. Johnny Ng's amendment. And as for Mr. Kenneth Leung's proposal on how to incorporate INT elements into the curricula of different subjects. Now, I asked an oral question in this council on GBT and how the government promotes it. According to the administration, there are different ways in responding to challenges and opportunities brought about by INT development, and how the government is strongly promoting INT education, and gradually we are seeing the results. As regards how we can integrate INT elements into the curricula of different subjects, this is important. Of course, INT may not be an independent subject. For science subjects, it used to be mathematics, science, and chemistry and physics. But mathematics is not easy. Many students find it difficult to learn mathematics. They don't know the practical aspect. I was a science student in my senior education years, and in university I did computer science. Now, we don't have any long-term career plan for ourselves. After graduating from computer science, I did not know whether I could engage in further studies in this area. However, after in university, I found that my foundation in mathematics and science were not strong enough. Could I, for instance, use my mathematical knowledge to drill into chemistry if I were given proper guidance earlier on? In fact, everyone could become a brilliant scientist after studying science. If we want to provide the right atmosphere for INT, this is also important. We lack creativity in Hong Kong. Rarely do we think out of the box and come up with new ideas. So we may have AI. In fact, we do not just rely on the computer to think on our behalf. Rather, computers are used to assist us to do things. I think that is the final goal of AI. With AI, with a good STEAM framework, we should see how we can meet the needs of society. In particular, we have a position as 8 centers have been established in the 14th Five-Year Plan. Well, even though I have not continue to develop it in computer science, I'm now a lawyer. I can still use AI to do better and more in my own career. The government should make the learning of mathematics and science subjects more interesting, so that our students can know from very early stage that they can use science for more innovation, and then they'll be able to help more people, in particular in areas of life sciences. Perhaps we can create more knowledge to help people. Thank you. Mr. Tang Fei, thank you. I speak in support of Professor William Wong's motion and all 3 amendments. No one will doubt the importance of STEM education. from the CE's policy address to the curriculum by the Education Bureau and the work of the INTI Bureau, I think the efforts paid by this government to INT is fully recognized. In 2019, before we had the Black Cloud violence, a very important think tank, Arthur Herman, published an article on Americans' STEM education or crisis threatens national security. That means the crisis there is starting to undermine the national security of the U.S. So even in a strong nation like the U.S., STEM education can have a major impact on their national security. And therefore, in a small place in Hong Kong, we must further strengthen INT education. I've been in the education field for more than 20 years. I'd like to highlight 3 challenges that we have to address. Hopefully, the administration and also the Education Bureau can face up to these problems. First, INT education should start from basic education, that is in primary and secondary school, because by the time students think about their major in universities, they're already at a very mature stage. Even if a student would like to enroll in high diploma or professional program. Now, if he has not a good foundation in science and technology, then he has limited choice. So the important thing is to provide good foundation in basic education, INT. In particular, mathematics should be an important subject. How can we popularize mathematical knowledge? And the design of curriculum of this subject should help our really top-notch students to shine further. Now, the secretary said that they have started coding education in primary level. I fully recognize the importance of coding. Secondly, should we have a curriculum for INT? Now, what are the INT elements to be included at different stages? I think this is a big issue. We don't have any success story to learn from other countries. As mentioned by Professor Wong, we do not have an authoritative STEAM curriculum. Now, according to the research division of LACHCO in 2023, now even in very strong countries like Singapore, they do not have an independent subject and curriculum for INT or STEM. According to some successful countries, INT can be divided into 3 areas. First, data science. Second, life sciences. And third, green environment technology. Now, for STEAM education in primary and secondary levels in Hong Kong, we are juggling among the 3. I've never seen a school that is strong enough to cover all 3 areas. And so the second challenge to overcome is, even though we don't have an independent INT subject, we have to pick 1 out of the 3 areas. Are we going for the general or the specific? And the last problem is teacher resources. In the 3 major areas I mentioned, now a teacher that has expertise in all these 3 areas will not be a primary or secondary teacher. Either he'll be in the business sector or INT sector or a university lecturer like Professor Wong. So it is difficult to find a specially trained teacher in INT in primary and secondary levels. So I think in terms of teacher training, we should focus on prospective teachers. Science and mathematical teachers in particular, we should add INT in their teacher training. And we can also, your time is up, Mr. Tang. Mr. Shang Hailong, After declaring interest, I'm the consultant of an A&I company. Now we have ChatGPT, and I think we have got this new age, and young people face challenges, and our education has not yet prepared our young people for diversified development. So we must train a new generation of INT talents, and we should further promote collaboration between school, the academic, the business sector. Now, I have always been involved in INT education. I have provided training for 100 AI teachers on a pro bono basis, and I have approached more than 50 schools. We must step up training of local talents, and we have to take care of the needs of different types of students, from developing an interest in INT and to university level. I fully agree with Mr. Tang Fei. We should start from young. We should nurture students' interests even when they are kids first. There should be broad participation. All students should be required to take part in INT-related activities. Now, because venues are limited in Hong Kong, I suggest the administration to set up Hong Kong INT education centers in the Guangdong province of GBA. Secondly, we must have enough interest groups for our students. We must have learning platforms. We can have thematic platforms. We can let them take part in major science events in Hong Kong, and they should engage in thematic studies. We should support inter-school interest activities. Thirdly, and we must provide targeted training for gifted children. We should map out the roadmap for the training. For instance, in Shanghai, there is the AI conference. There, they attach importance to the training of gifted children as well. I very much hope that gifted children in Hong Kong can have an opportunity to take part. We have been promoting STEM or STEAM education for a long time. Some schools have difficulties, and there is also the mismatch of resources and people. The VTC has got various related programs, and they have included a diversity of topics into their programs. Starting from 2014, 6,700 students have already enrolled in these programs. There should be training programs for students, but there is limited scope for cooperation between schools. Now, we cannot just rely on a single party to change the situation, and we only have a limited of tertiary institutions that promote collaboration between the business and the academic sector. In Germany and in the UK, they have integrated learning module. Stakeholders can all take part and map out HR resources plans so that graduates can easily adapt to their employment position. We must enhance INT learning in primary and secondary schools, and there should be better collaboration between the sector and also the education sector, so that these people can have the knowledge to support the development of the community. Thank you.
Mr. Dennis Leung, President of the FTU, is in full support of the government's attempt to develop INT to tie in with the 14th Five-Year Plan. The government last year announced the INT development blueprint with 8 strategies, with clear-cut roadmap and planning. Item number 5 talks about the talents and create a base for talents. I think the most important thing for us to become an INT hub is to have the participation of talents from all over the world. I think in the long run, the government should nurture its own talent for it to be sustainable instead of relying solely on talents from outside. And the nurturing of local talents represent security of talent supply. And the equation of a talent base for Hong Kong has to do with education. Universities should open more programs to do with INT, and also in primary secondary school, we should start INT-related education. I think the key thing is the primary secondary curriculum side of the equation. I've been urging that there should be a standalone INT subject for primary school, that there should be designated or dedicated teaching, and the graduates can join the teaching rank to train up the students. In the teaching force, we don't have the specialists in this area, and this is the development is hamstrung by the manpower deficiency. There are 14 primary schools that are taking part in the pilot scheme, according to administration, and they're trialing a standalone subject for INT. But I heard that there are simply not enough resources. They have to arrange for their own resources. I'm still awaiting a report from the Bureau regarding the effectiveness. And I think the CDC should start compiling the framework for primary schools and to promote INT and science education for primary school. In the secondary school, the development of computer science and so on is more sophisticated. We do have the graduates who also have the teaching qualification responsible for that. In terms of STEM and STEAM education, secondary schools are doing pretty well. We do have the software and the hardware. In junior secondary, we have the D&T subject. I did that between 85 and 88. I did that as well in my school days, and they have the classroom learning. In some schools, they're trying to improve in this area to tie in with STEAM or STEM education, but the Bureau said that they cannot really convert the classrooms. But as time goes by, we haven't seen any review of these courses. I urge the administration to not be stuck with the time warp, and I think we have to review the existing curriculum, the necessity for resources, and rationalize all these programs in order to provide the students with a more comprehensive experience. At the school level, they should be allowed to use the resources in a way to promote STEAM and STEM education. According to the blueprint, we're going to have a committee set up responsible for INT, but that doesn't involve the education. And I think in primary and secondary school, the government should devote more resources and come up with a plan for to inspire and ignite the students' interests in INT before we can accomplish the mission handed down by the nation. With these words, I conclude my speech. Ms. Elizabeth Quat. President, I thank Professor William Wong for moving this motion to improve INT education to strengthen the nurturing of local innovation and technology talents. I also support the amendments. In the 14th five-year plan, we should invigorate the nation through science and technology, and it shows that the country is setting great store by the INT talents. Well, I think likewise the government should attach just as much importance. In the 14th five-year plan, Hong Kong is being developed into an INT hub. The government announced the INT development blueprint, setting out the roadmap and the strategic planning for INT going forward. And this is all the more reason why we need talents. We do have a solid, robust base of INT in Hong Kong. But I mean, we're running out of manpower worldwide, and people, I mean, there is a trough for talents all over the world. The government is trying to bring in talents, but the key thing is to nurture talents locally. Secretary, I remember when you first became the Undersecretary, I met with you to talk about STEAM education, and back then I talked about coding and AI being incorporated into the primary secondary school as compulsory subjects. I said in many jurisdictions, coding and AI and STEAM education already started in kindergarten. I don't think we should be behind the curve. And I think that we're really indeed a little bit behind the curve. The government has started a module on AI for junior secondary school, covering ethics, computer language, virtual reality, and all the rest of it. And this is a step in the right direction. But in an academic year, there are half a dozen sessions, altogether 4 hours of learning. This is woefully inadequate. And I hope that you would increase the number of sessions for STEAM education, and you should really also incorporate the study tour to make the learning far more diversified. Because of limited time, I like to make some recommendations here. President, the whole world is developing smart cities. I think Hong Kong should do likewise. We have an ocean of data. We have so much such a vast amount of data from the devices. We do need to have the tools to analyze the data. We do need to have the geospace, the GIS system. Now the GIS is important because we can have the images coming up. In recent years, the government is opening up the data. The government has set up the CSDI for the students and for people in Hong Kong. Those who understand GIS are minuscule. So I think we have to do something about the talent. So GIS should be incorporated into the STEAM education. This will enrich the ability. This will equip them with the competencies to deal with AI. This will build a robust foundation. We also have the study tours, and this is an important part of the equation. And this will arouse and ignite interests in the part of the students and broaden their horizon. So if the students can get to grips with AI and GIS, this will go a long way to developing their ability in INT. Also, a good understanding of the INT development in the mainland is also one of the important areas. The country tried to select the payload specialists in Hong Kong, and people do cherish the dream of flying into space. I hope that the administration would consider all these recommendations that I've made and the recommendations indeed of other members. The government should formulate the right policy and tie in with the mainland development and nurture a pipeline of talents who can make contribution to Hong Kong as well as to the nation. With these words, I conclude my speech.
Does any other member wish to speak? Professor William Wong, you may now speak on the amendments. Thank you, President. I'm most grateful to Dr. Johnny Ng, Mr. Kenneth Leung, and Dr. Hui Simon Lee for moving amendments. Dr. Ng's amendment suggests that we strengthen the recruitment of scientific research scholars from outside Hong Kong to teach and conduct research and development in Hong Kong, in particular from cities of Guangdong, Hong Kong, GBA. I fully agree to his proposal. To have a good INT education, we must have outstanding scholars. Many universities have already recruited overseas and mainland scholars to Hong Kong to help to nurture talents in Hong Kong. They have contributed a lot to our INT develop. I hope while we prepare the right environment for INT development, we can also encourage outstanding scholars to continue to develop in Hong Kong. Mr. Kenneth Leung, in his amendment, advocates the development of INT that meets local teaching needs and integrate INT elements into the curricula of different subjects. He also advocates more collaboration among the government, the business sector, the academics, and the community in organizing diversified INT activities. Both are actually in line with my original motion. I say that we should have a systematic curricular framework for the learning area of INT so that all INT elements in relevant subjects should be covered and then no element is left behind. Dr. Hui Simon Lee, in his amendment, suggests that we improve the arrangements for local schools to form sister school pairs with the mainland counterparts, and there should be more exchange program with the mainland. I thank the members for their amendments. Thank you.
Secretary for Education. President, once again, I thank Professor William Wong for moving the motion, and Mr. Simon Lee, Mr. Johnny Ng, and Mr. Kenneth Leung for their amendments. And indeed, I also like to thank members for their valuable comments. Members expressed their support and passion for INT education. It's encouraging. We should work together to nurture talents, and this is a source of encouragement for all of us. The implementation strategies suggested by members are at one with the EDB's current policy, with only slight differences in the details of some of the individual measures. But I believe that with concerted efforts, we can make improvements and nurture more local talents in INT in line with the policy of invigorating the nation through science. Talent is a key element in the development of INT. Like members, we are concerned about the progress of nurturing talents. Since the Hong Kong INT development blueprint was unveiled last year, the EDB has been supporting the strengthening of the pool of INT talents to enhance the impetus of growth. Under the blueprint, the government's vision is no less than 100,000 practitioners by 2032. As regards post-secondary education, the government encourages universities to flexibly adjust the curriculum and content in response to the needs of society and the market, not least INT, and to offer new programs that integrate technology and traditional disciplines to tie in society and technology. In line with the ecosystem development, the government encourages UGC-funded universities to focus on the future and to strengthen the pool of talents in response to the needs of Hong Kong. The government has been encouraging post-secondary schools or institutions to offer programs that meet the needs of Hong Kong to build up talent pool in key areas. In line with the positioning of the 8 centers under the 14 five-year plan, the government has set a clear target of encouraging 60% of students in UGC-funded universities to study subjects related to the 8 centers, including 35% studying STEAM subjects to build up the talent pool for INT. In the 2022 to 25 triennium, the UGC-funded universities have also introduced new undergrad programs related to the 8 centers or STEAM, such as aerospace, engineering, smart manufacturing, green finance, and data science. In addition, there are new programs that focus on the future, including interdisciplinary programs and programs that integrate technology with traditional fields, like fintech, arttech, edutech, and digital humanities, in keeping with the vision of Hong Kong being an international INT center. To strengthen research development, we have the TPG scholarship scheme to nurture talents for the future. It was launched in 2020 with 1,000 places per academic year. It provides scholarship of up to 120,000 to outstanding local students doing STEM subjects and emerging areas. The number of applications and admissions of local students has increased year on year, reflecting the effectiveness of the scheme. Members suggested that we bring in more overseas research scholars to help nurture local and INT talents. The UGC-funded universities, given institutional autonomy, do recruit research personnel in line with the positioning and strategies. With the rapid development of INT, the government fully supports such initiatives for the universities to recruit overseas talents to come and teach and to engage in R&D. In this regard, we launched, together with the ITIB, the Global STEM Professorship Scheme in June 2021 to provide funding and support to universities to offer competitive packages to attract renowned scholars to conduct R&D in Hong Kong, thereby strengthening the pool of talents. 80 out of the quota of 100 have been filled. In addition, the Inno-Hong Kong clusters, spearheaded by the ITIB, brings together some 2,000 researchers from different parts of the world to conduct world-class and impactful researches. At the same time, we have the tech test to fast-track the processing of talents who come for R&D work. To retain talents, we will reserve sites at the Santin Technopole and also the Hong Kong Shenzhen Innovation and Technology Park in the Loop area for accommodation for the talents. As to the steering committee proposed by members, we have taken note of members' views, and indeed, different bureaus have their own committees to achieve this purpose. We will communicate with the various bureaus in this regard. We will liaise with the sector to optimize this area. The thriving INT sector in the mainland has been remarkable. Students should have a look for themselves. Members suggested that more mainland study tours be organized as part of the citizenship and social development curriculum. From April to June 2023, the EDB arranged 20,400 such tours for senior secondary students, and 70%, 40,600 students have taken part in STEAM-related tours. They've visited 13 different institutions. According to a survey, teachers and students expressed favorable comments. The tours helped them understand the achievements and applications of high-tech in the mainland in recent years, and students do reflect upon their roles in this particular area. In the long run, we will consider members' views. Like in the GPA, we can set up a space for this purpose. The sister school program started in 2004 has become an important platform for exchange. We have 800 schools forming 2,000 or so pairs with the mainland, and we also have mutual visits and exchanges at the management, teacher, and student levels. There are also exchanges on STEAM education. We hope that these exchanges can foster the development of schools in both places and enhance professionalism and broaden horizons. For post-secondary sector, we financially support students to take part in internship or study through the Mainland Experience Program, to encourage them to learn firsthand about the latest social, economic, cultural landscape of the country. As members said, primary and secondary school are the important phase of the students' development, and we are redoubling our efforts and rolling out a whole raft of measures. Like we have optimized the curriculum, and we have increased on-site support. We are providing resources for large-scale activities to be organized so that we can provide more support in terms of venue. The schools are steadily rolling out the STEAM education, and the abilities and the interests have also increased. School leadership and planning are important to STEAM education. According to an EDB survey, all publicly funded schools have appointed STEAM coordinators to plan STEAM education. Most primary and secondary schools have included coding and AI in their curricula. Very soon, they will be implementing the module on coding for upper primary school and also module on AI for junior secondary schools. The EDB will continue to support the schools by providing training for coordinators and teachers. Like we have the second round of professional training course for the coordinators, and we're also organizing the professional training covering AI and new materials and so on, so that the coordinators and the teachers will understand the latest about INT area and also the application. We have altogether 7 hours of learning for these subjects. The teachers are encouraged to take part. And we also have a 5-week worth of further education for the teachers, covering STEAM education design for primary schools, and also mathematics. We also have the STEAM education for secondary school in order to enhance the teachers' understanding and expertise in this area. We also have ChatGPT online forum to show teachers about the applicability. Like Member said, we'll be collaborating with different organizations to organize more activities and create good atmosphere for INT learning. As regards education tech, the Quality Education Fund has set aside $500 million to develop e-learning packages. The approved projects are diversified. These platforms and e-learning resources incorporate INT elements. EDB also hosts regular meetings with e-textbook and e-learning sectors to discuss how we can enhance the resources. The Hong Kong Education City, which is wholly owned by the government, provides a platform through the annual Learning and Teaching Expo for the education technology sector to showcase their resources and develop partnership. I thank members for their constructive suggestions, not least the proposed new subject to strengthen science education at the primary level. The EDB is actively exploring the possibility of creating a standalone science subject in primary school, and we're listening to the views of the school sector and different stakeholders to enrich the existing content. We strengthen teacher training, inspire the students to learn and use STEAM knowledge to better connect with the secondary schools. As to the VPET education, the EDB will be strengthening the VPET education. The pilot scheme covers 4 different subjects like certification, landscape planning, and so on. In March this year, we announced the second round of pilot scheme to further promote VPET education. We are providing the opportunities for the relevant sectors to pick and choose the right students and take them on board. I thank members for their comments in this regard. As I said in opening remarks, the Education Bureau is at one with members. Last year, in his report to the 20th National Congress, the President mentioned that technology is the first productivity, talent is the first resource, and innovation is the first driving force. In recent months, I've visited the STEAM activities in primary and secondary schools, and I deeply feel the enthusiasm of different sectors and professional bodies. I'd like to express my heartfelt gratitude for the contribution in nurturing young people, and I also thank members for their valuable comments. We will collate members' views and conduct in-depth analysis. Once again, I thank Professor Wong for his motion. We will certainly analyze members' recommendations in depth. I hope that members, the industry, the education sector will work together to create a vibrant ecosystem and an atmosphere for INT from the campus to the community, so that more young people will embrace the opportunities and become the driving force of Hong Kong's INT development and make a positive contribution to society and the country. Thank you, President.
I now call upon Dr. Johnny Ng to move an amendment. President, I move my amendment. I propose the question to you that Dr. Johnny Ng's amendment be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against? I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment passed. Mr. Kenneth Leung, as Dr. Johnny Ng's amendment has been passed, you may move your further amendment. President, I move my further amendment. I propose the question to that Mr. Kenneth Leung's further amendment be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against? I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment passed. Dr. Hui Simon Lee, as the amendment of Dr. Johnny Ng and Mr. Kenneth Leung have been passed, you may move your further amendment. President, I move my further amendment. I propose the question to you that Dr. Hui Simon Lee's further amendment be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against? I think the question is agreed by a majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the amendment passed. Professor William Wong, you still have 3 minutes 4 seconds to reply. Then the debate will come to a close. Professor William Wong. President, I thank the dozen or so members who have spoken on my motion and also the amendments by Dr. Johnny Ng, Mr. Kenneth Leung, and Dr. Hui Simon Lee. I'm also grateful to Dr. Choi Lin, Secretary for Education's reply. INT is an indispensable element for further development of the world. Whether we're at work, at home, or at school, we have to use INT such as during technology and also distance or learning, etc. And all sectors will have to apply INT for further development. Even in Chinese medicine, which is a rather traditional sector, is already widely applying INT. Therefore, there is a keen demand for talents in this area. And because of the struggle between the U.S. and the country has been suppressed by the former. And therefore, we must remove the constraint posed on us by Western countries, whether for the sake of the country, for Hong Kong, for the community, and for our livelihood. We must double our efforts. Now we need to hammer home this message to our young people so that when they start working, they will have the basic INT knowledge. So it is a pressing task for us to develop INT. Myself and also members who have spoken today have put forward a lot of suggestions. Hopefully the administration can consider them so that we can nurture our own talents and we can ensure sustained development of INT in Hong Kong. With these remarks, I urge members to support my motion. And I'll put a question to you that Professor William Wong's motion as amended by Dr. Johnny Ng, by Mr. Kenneth Leung, and Dr. Hui Simon Lee be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against? I think the question is agreed by the majority of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion as amended passed.
Members, we don't have enough time today to finish the agenda item. We may not be able to finish the item on strengthening child minding services. After consulting Mr. Holden Chow, I am not going to start this motion today. We adjourn the council. We will resume the meeting on the 12th of July, 2023, 11 a.m.